Brothers and sisters in faith and in humanity, what's awesome? Peace be upon all those who genuinely seek peace and work for it. My name is Muslim Gamer TV, or MGTV for short, and I start the stream like anything else I would start in the name of God and with thanks to Him. This stream is my second stream in a series of going from bronze to grandmasters in Overwatch with average skills and great communication, mind, and spirit. And I explain in detail what all this means in the first part of this series. So if you haven't watched the one titled Overwatch from bronze to GM with average skills and great comms, mind, the spirit 01, please do watch that one. And yeah, so you get an idea of what I mean by great comms, mind, and spirit, and a lot of other stuff. I also give some tips, and I also give sort of, I think, examples of every, like all the steps of this journey, which include warming up and or practice, either in the either in a custom game against bots or in a free for all match against humans, which a lot of professionals will argue is better. But I also explain the benefit of isolating the different parts of practice into their individual parts and practicing each individual part by itself. For example, in a custom game against bots. So some pro gamers and and coaches and even professional coaches will argue against that sort of practice because they would argue that it builds bad habits. But I beg to differ, and I counter argue that it will build bad habits if you are not telling your brain that this is not realistic practice, or this is not the realistic situation that you could be in the future. In other words, if you're practicing against bots who aren't shooting back at you, and you're not telling your brain that this is what it is, this is not realistic, then yeah, you're going to start building habits because your brain is going to think, oh, I'm getting prepared for the real deal. No, you can approach the practice against bots who aren't shooting back at you, and when you're not even reloading, you don't need to reload, and so on and so forth. You can do this, and you can benefit a lot from it because you are dividing the individual skills needed for the real deal, for the real situation, into their individual parts, and you're practicing each individual part by itself. So yeah, it is okay as long as you're telling your brain what this is, what you're doing. Then yeah, your subconscious will kind of learn and benefit. This is just one example of many things I talk about in the first part of this series. So please do check it out if you haven't already. At least check out the beginning until I start playing and get busy and kind of a bit focused into the gameplay. And maybe also the final part of it's a really long stream, about 7 hours and quarter or 7 hours or 20 minutes, I think, something like that. So yeah, of course you don't have to watch the whole stream, but if you watch the beginning of it and also the end, you will understand a lot about this process, especially the end when I start analyzing my own one of my own losses, like one of the own matches I lost. You can also see like how you can do this, how you can analyze the match, how you can spot maybe mistakes by others, but the importance of ignoring these mistakes and taking responsibility for the loss yourself in order to actually improve. And I explain also why, because if you don't take responsibility, then if the reason you are not climbing is other people, or the matchmaking algorithm or something like that, some sort of external factor, then obviously there's no need for you to improve, learn, practice, or do anything, because there's nothing wrong with you, isn't it? So of course you shouldn't blame other people, because that's actually self-sabotage. So of course you're being toxic, like when you blame other people, you're being toxic in the match. But at the same time, you are sabotaging yourself. You're sabotaging your own progress because, as I said, you're sending your subconscious this message that there's nothing wrong with me. So I don't need to change. I don't need to change my approach to the game. I don't need to improve my mechanical skills. I don't need to improve my game sense. Why? Because I'm not the reason, I'm stuck in a low elo. It's the other teammates. It's the matchmaking. It's whatever, some sort of external factor. So yeah, this sort of message, when you keep convincing yourself of this myth, you are self-sabotaging. Literally speaking, you are sabotaging games when you express this sort of feeling or notion, this concept, because obviously you're flaming. Usually when you express this, or when you say it out loud, When you tell your teammates that you are the reason I'm losing, or you're the reason we're losing, obviously this is toxic. Considered flaming. It depends on, it depends on the language you use. But I know no kind of politeness is ever going to make that message nice. It's always going to be a negative message that will probably make people tilt. So you're sabotaging your own matches when you express these thoughts out loud, when you verbalize them, and even if you don't verbalize them, even if they are just in your head, you are self-sabotaging. You're sabotaging your own progress, because you're sending your subconscious over and over again this myth that you're not climbing because of others, because of external factors. Whereas if you take responsibility, uh, if you say that I am responsible, I made a lot of mistakes, maybe one mistake I made cascaded or snowballed into the losing direction, into the direction of defeat. Maybe you never know. You really can't. There's only so much that you can analyze in your own matches. You can never really predict what could have happened if you avoided that mistake. And I also explained in my first towards the end of my first stream, when I analyzed one of my losses, that a lot of mistakes can actually can actually become contagious, in the sense that you make a mistake, and one of your teammates, who is at the same level as you, sees you making that mistake, so copies you, because that's what people do. People like to copy each other. It's like, once again, the subconscious gets in the picture here. It's like the subconscious says, okay, look at this. This is your teammate. He or she is doing this thing. Maybe they're doing it right, so maybe I should do the same. So they start following you around. They start going to your bad positions, and you die, then they die, or they die and you die at the same time, and so on and so forth. And some of these deaths can mean 2 minutes. Sometimes can cost you 2 minutes in some of the rounds. So and also one death or two deaths can cascade or snowball into a staggering effect, where people basically, especially in the low elos. I can't emphasize enough how important it is to not die, especially in the low elos, because in the low elos, there are fewer people listening to the voice comms. There are fewer people who react to a call out, like group up, group up. A lot of people shout group up, but because it's so spammed, people spam it all the time. Low elo players, most low elo players, learn to ignore it. Their subconscious taught them to ignore it, because it just spammed way too much for them, and they don't know who to listen to. You see, so yeah. Some professional coaches would argue that it's better to replace group up with help me. And I kind of like that. I'm showing you here where this is. So yeah, I've got like this. This is my main menu going in. Hello, need healing buffs. So as you can see, I've got the only shortcut I've got here is for this, need healing. Group up, fall back, incoming, press the attack, push forward. I guess these are kind of similar, so I could always, but it's kind of, I use them by the direction, you see. This is like group up. It's kind of like fold. So this is pure fold back, down. It's pure fold back. This is kind of, angled backwards, because it's, group up is kind of like don't push, just wait here, let's group up. So maybe I could, instead of incoming, I could actually, put this as need help. Yeah. So you could do it the same way. That's, what I would suggest is you have both of them group up or need help together, because as I said, group up has been spammed so much that a lot of people learn to ignore it, because it's just a lot of spam from it. And of course, if you can say that on voice comms, it has a much better effect. Say, in your own voice, in a positive way. You say, guys, don't trickle in, don't feed, don't stagger. Let's group up, attack as a six stack. Just remind people of this. And you can only do so much, if some people don't listen. And of course, there will be flankers who won't listen to you, because they are flankers. They're not supposed to group up with your death ball. They're supposed to lurk in the corner. But of course, if the flanker starts attacking before your death ball attack, then obviously that's their mistake, and that's really not listening. But if a flanker stays in the flank and just waits, lurks basically like a hunter, then that's fine. He or she is listening. That flanker is listening when you say group up, and they stay put. They just lurk in a corner somewhere and hide. Then yeah, they are listening. They are grouping up. They don't have to be right with you. All right. As long as they're not attacking, they're waiting, for the grouping up and for your death bolt to initiate the attack. Then they're doing the right thing. That's the flankers grouping up basically. So yeah. So as I was saying, one death sometimes can cascade or snowball into a series of staggering deaths. Where you die and then someone else dies, and then it becomes that your opponents become 6 against 4, so they beat the 4, okay, and then you have so now but they beat the 4 like maybe 20 seconds after they beat the first 2, so now you've got 2 people coming out of spawn, and if they are not actively thinking about grouping up, they trickle in. They go in alone. One or 2 of them, they go in just by themselves. So they die. And now the 4 who died a while ago, they, come out of spawn by themselves, and they feel like, in the low elos, they don't like really feel the importance of waiting for the 2 who died. So they go in as 4 against 6 again. They die. And the 2 who died a while ago, they feel like, oh my God, that it's, the time, there's countdown, the time, we are running out of time. So let's throw ourselves on the team, just 2 versus 6. So they die, and so on and so forth. That's what one death sometimes can do. There's no rule. You can never tell, when is this going to happen or not happen. You just don't know. It can happen with certain teams, and it may not happen with others, and so on. So there's no way you can really tell what your single mistake actually snowballed into, or it didn't. You can't tell. So this is why it is important to take at least your share of the responsibility of any loss. You say, I am responsible. One mistake of mine could have actually snowballed into the whole direction of defeat. And there's no way, as I said, there's no way you can tell this. No professional coach can actually tell you this. Why? Because no professional coach knows the thought processes and the psychology of each of your 5 team members. Even if they watch the replays, right click, view career profile, replays. Even if you send this code, you can kind of whatever, right click this, share it, and then creating replay link code, please wait. Then you can copy that code, give it to someone, and so on. So even if you do this, again, as I said, the professional coach who's watching this replay, he really can't tell. He or she can't really tell what your 5 teammates were thinking, their own thought processes and psychology during the match, and so on. So they can't be sure. They can't be 100% sure whether one of your mistakes actually snowballed into the whole direction of defeat or not. But it's always possible. So this is why you should always take full responsibility, your own, at least, your own share, the full share of your own responsibility for any loss. I'm not saying that you should beat yourself up and basically say that I am the only reason we lost. No, never do this, because beating yourself up is negativity, and I don't condone negativity, negative communication. Whether this communication is with your teammates or with yourself, even when you talk to yourself, like in your mind. I'm not saying talk to yourself out loud, but I mean in your mind, when you're like your thoughts are kind of like communication with yourself. So these thoughts, you have to also control them. You need to make sure that your thoughts are positive, your thoughts are optimistic, hopeful, and so on. So there is a big difference between a defeatist thought, thought process, where you're basically thinking thoughts like, oh, I'm unskilled, I'm never gonna climb, I'm such a lousy player, I don't have any skills, I'm so bad at this game. This sort of language it becomes also a self-fulfilled prophecy, and it's pure self-sabotage. And when you take that thought process into a match without working it out into a positive mindset, you are also game sabotaging. You are literally sabotaging your own games. Obviously, it's not very clear, it's not very obvious, but this sort of negative mentality and thinking affects your performance. significantly affects your performance. It becomes like a self-fulfilled prophecy, that if you're thinking that you're a bad player and you're never going to climb, well, guess what? The universe will deliver exactly what you are predicting, which is that you are a lousy gamer or unskilled or you're not going to climb. So yeah, positive thinking. And so this is the sort of the defeatist, this is the extreme, the defeatist extreme. There is also the extreme of there's nothing wrong with me and it's my teammates. It's the matchmaking algorithm that's the problem. It's always giving me bad teammates and always pitting me against some of the best players. So that's the other extreme where you don't take any responsibility. It's not your issue. It's not your problem. You're just perfect. You're not saying that I'm perfect, but that's kind of the message that you're sending your subconscious, that there's nothing wrong with you or you're playing, and the only reason you lose is your teammates. You see, so these are the two extremes of basically a defeatist self-fulfilled prophecy, where basically defeat and getting stuck in the elo is a self-fulfilled prophecy. You can do it by pretending that you're not doing anything wrong and it's your teammates' issue, or by beating yourself up all the time and saying that you're the reason, you're bad, you're never going to climb, and so on and so forth. So what is the middle ground? What is the correct way of thinking? The correct way of thinking is to take your share of responsibility and to take full responsibility for that share, and to also consider the possibility that only one of your mistakes could have cascaded or snowballed into the direction of defeat without beating yourself up, without blaming yourself too much. Basically, so how come, or how can you do this? Well, consider it a lesson. Remind yourself that we all make mistakes. Even top 500 players make mistakes. You get on stream, you watch some of the top players, in like the top McCree in the world, or any top player in the world, you will see that they will make a few mistakes. Of course, the whole point is that the higher and higher you get on the ladder, the less and less mistakes you make. But everybody makes mistakes. Everybody, with no exception, because we're all humans. And this is why I don't like this word God tier. And it's of course it has to do with my own beliefs. I'm a monotheistic submitter, or in other words, I submit to one deity, one Lord, and and only to Him, and I revere my Creator. So I really find it offensive when someone puts anything at the same level as my Creator, the one who made the Big Bang explode and so on. And ultimately, we're all human beings. We all make mistakes all the time, and we are very weak, and fragile. We are more fragile than we can ever imagine. So yeah, I don't really like that, those expressions. It's just people use them to exaggerate too much, and obviously it's unrealistic, and it just sends bad messages to the brain, of these people. When you tell yourself that you can be at the same level as a deity, I don't even like to use the lowercase God, because I know people use it as a noun, but as long as we're speaking English, I really don't have a name for my Creator, for my deity that I revere, other than God. That's the name of my God. And if someone thinks, what about Allah, which a lot of Muslims use? Well, Allah is basically literally Arabic for God. So it's not like a name. In my religion, God has 99 names. You can call God by any of these names. So it's not like it doesn't have to be Allah. It's just the most common name, or the main. It's because Allah is literally God. That's what it literally means. It's just Arabic. It's Arabic for God. So as long as we're speaking English, but I'm not talking Arabic now, am I? I'm talking English. So as long as we're speaking English, God is the name. It's not the noun. It's the name of my deity. So yeah, people putting players, human beings at the same level as my Creator is just bizarre. And I do believe that it's actually bad from a psychological perspective. Why? Because it basically, as you repeat this word, God tier or God Anna or whatever, these expressions, you keep repeating them, you're sending your brain, your subconscious at least, the message that this is the perfect Anna. Because what is even for an atheist, I know atheists who use that word, God tier or God Anna or God McCree, they use that word even though they are atheists. They don't believe in any gods, in any more precisely in any deities. They don't believe in any deities, all right? But they use that word, So even if they are atheists, like even if you're an atheist, using that word It's just human nature. We'll send your subconscious the message that this is a perfect McCree, or this is a perfect Anna, or this is the perfect way of doing something. When in reality, there are no perfect Annas, there are no perfect McCrees, and there are no perfect ways of doing anything, whether in Overwatch or in work or in school, in real life. This life just isn't about perfection. There is no perfection in this life. Perfection only exists in our creator, at least for those who believe in a creator. So I'm not forcing this specific phrase here on any atheist, for example. People are free to believe what they believe, but we believe, as believers in God, we believe that perfection is only exists in all existence, even outside the universe, even outside our own universe, with all the stars and galaxies. Perfection only exists within God. God is the only perfect entity in the whole of existence, not just in the universe, but in the whole of existence. So that's what we believe. But even if you don't believe in this, that's fine. People are we have free will. That's the whole point of this test, which is life. You can believe whatever you want. But what I'm trying to say, and what I do want even atheists to understand, is that repeating this expression, God tier or God Anna or God McCree, is really, really bad for you and for others, for these people too. You're just pumping these people up. You're pumping these players up too much. You're just putting them at the same level as a deity. That's just too much. You are encouraging these players to get cocky, to get arrogant, to get like overconfident, and that's bad for them. That's bad for them, because there is always room for improvement. And if you read any book about mastery, becoming a master of anything in the world, you will realize that that there is no such thing as reaching mastery. Mastery is like a curved line that keeps coming closer and closer to perfection. That's what mastery is. I don't know, unfortunately, I can't really draw a graph here, but I want you to imagine that this is the y-axis. If you ever took this in school or university, this is the y-axis. Most people who went to school, took this. So this line here is y-axis, and this line here is the x-axis. Okay, so this x-axis will represent perfection. All right, this x-axis is perfection. Now, mastery, what is becoming a master? And remember, the Overwatch tiers do have the word master above diamond, and then grandmaster above masters. So what is mastery? What is becoming a master of something? Becoming a master of something is basically going down this line here. Or, we can represent it up, I guess. It would be better, but I think, it's kind of weird to say that this is the x-axis and this is the y-axis. I could draw it this way with the mouse cursor at least. But yeah, it's just more natural to think of it this way. So x-axis, y-axis. And then mastery, imagine that as you go up here, this is like unskilled. I know this is kind of weird, going upwards being bad. Yes, going upwards is being bad. Going downwards is good, because we are moving closer and closer to the x-axis. So as you go down, so there's this sort of shape here. It's like a curved line. You go down, 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 and it starts to curve. And then it keeps curving, and then it never touches this curve. Never touches the line. Never touches the x-axis. It just keeps moving closer and closer to the x-axis in infinity. People who took calculus understand what I'm talking about. That this line will never ever touch the x-axis. It will keep going. It will keep moving closer and closer to the x-axis to infinity, but it will never touch the x-axis. So this is what mastery is for humans, that this is perfection, and humans are never ever going to touch this line. It's just not going to happen, all right? It won't. But what we can do is move closer and closer to perfection as much as possible. We can keep moving closer and closer to literally infinity. Of course, people will die in this world, but according to my beliefs, the soul is eternal. So yes, we are all eternal. Some of us are going to be eternal in hellfire, and others are going to be eternal in paradise. So yeah, we are all living forever. If anyone wants to live forever, well, guess what? Your soul is already living forever. Of course, these are beliefs. I can never prove it. I can never prove that scientifically, because if it's science, it's not going to be belief. It's not going to be religion. It's going to be science or scientific phenomenon. So anyway, but at least our math proves that there is such a thing as, infinity, at least theoretically speaking. In reality or in the real world, yeah, we don't see that infinity, but our math gives us an idea that theoretically speaking, it can exist. So yes, and the theory is correct, or it applies only if you actually have these beliefs that there is an eternity in existence, or in the existence of the soul at least. I can also do it the opposite way, I guess, in order to be natural to the x and y axes, and also to the general emotional sort of comfort of humans to think that upwards is good. So basically, so perfection can be the y-axis. This y-axis going upward is perfection. So the more up you go is perfect, and the x-axis represents maybe time. The time it takes. So you can basically get this curve here, and then you start moving upward very quickly at a certain stage. All right. So you keep getting closer. So y-axis is perfection, and this line keeps curving, moving closer and closer. And then when it reaches a certain point, that's kind of when you're so close to perfection, that's when you achieve mastery, and you keep going upward to infinity, basically. But you will never be able to touch the y-axis. You will never be able to be, as a human, you will never be able to be perfect. So in a way, if we kind of describe this from a religious perspective, it's like we are trying to move closer and closer to God, but we will never be like God. We will never be exactly like God. So God is, kind of, or perfection here. The y-axis perfection represents God's perfection, not God. Nothing can represent God because God has no likes. Not like humans, not like anything in the whole, in the whole of existence. So this line I'm not trying to say that this line would represent God. That's blasphemy in our religion. You cannot represent God with anything. You can't do that. But this line represents God's perfection, basically. So it's like we could say that we can move closer and closer to God's perfection, but we will never achieve it. As human beings, we will never achieve it. We can only just move closer and closer to it. And from a secular perspective, you can just think of perfection. You don't have to attach it to any deity, but think of perfection and understand that you will never ever be perfect. No human can ever be perfect. It just doesn't work that way in a realistic way, in the realistic sense. You can say that she is perfect for me, or she can say that he is perfect for her. And that is in a way kind of accurate, because they are perfect for each other in the sense that they were almost like created for each other, this couple. But they are not, but in perfection in the sense of being perfect ultimately, no, that just doesn't exist and will never exist in any human. So this is why it's really bad it's really bad for everybody, for the top player himself or herself, to be called a god or a deity. Because as I said, it makes them overconfident. It gives them, it just hammers the message in their mind that they have achieved perfection when they didn't, and they will never achieve perfection. There is always room for improvement. And it's bad for the rest of the community, because it makes them think that these players represent perfection when they don't. They really don't. They just represent mastery. And as I explained here, mastery is completely different from perfection. They're not the same thing. Mastery is about moving closer and closer to perfection, but you will never be able to attain it. Okay, so yeah, don't lie to yourself or lie to the top players by kind of exaggerating what they represent. They don't represent perfection or deities or whatever. They represent mastery of a certain hero or a certain skill or a certain role or something like that. And mastery, as I said, is completely different from perfection. So yeah, as I was saying a while ago, the middle line between defeatist thought of I'm never gonna climb, I'm the reason, I'm the weak link, I'm the bad person, and then at the other end of there's nothing wrong with me and it's my teammates or some sort of external factor that is the reason I'm not climbing. The middle ground is to take responsibility, to say I am responsible for this loss, or I have my share of the responsibility, and there's no way I would be able to really tell for sure whether one of my mistakes is kind of cascaded or snowballed into the whole direction of defeat or not. But it doesn't matter. I don't need to know that anyway. The point is I just need to take responsibility for my own mistakes. And I need to be open to the possibility that if I avoid these mistakes in the future, then I may actually win the matches where I don't make that many mistakes. So if I watch, I don't know, any match here, and that's what I encourage you to do, just watch the losses, don't watch the wins. because there's just no time. I don't think anybody has time to watch everything, unless you're a full-time Overwatch streamer or something. Then you would be like one of a handful of people around the world, because even professional players, they have other responsibilities. They have family, they have other responsibilities in life, so they can't really watch everything. So yeah, if your time is limited like 99.9% of human beings, then watch just the losses. Now if you watch the losses, you want to analyze your own performance, like what you did. Yeah, God mode, that's this Levi God mode. So yeah, definitely I would recommend, regardless of your beliefs or belief system, I would recommend that you don't use such expressions. So yeah, that's me here, partner. That's me here, the Reaper. So I can watch myself, see what I'm doing and stuff like that. And the point is, if I analyze the match like really well, check out my positioning, and this is the kind of camera that I would also recommend you use, like because you can actually spectate a specific any specific team member, or even one of the opponents. You can spectate them if you want. Like for example here it says, so if you click here, you can see F11 is to spectate myself. So I can spectate myself, see what I did this way. But what I would recommend, instead of spectating yourself that way, is to actually use this camera. It's called the objective camera. You can see you can find its shortcut in controls, and here somewhere here, here it is, objective camera. So in my case it's 0. That's the key I have. I don't know if this is default or not. I don't care about that. Just find objective camera, see what key you have, and you use that. So that's the kind of key, and then you start moving right, left, up, down. And if you want to there is an up, down. Yeah, okay, yeah, there is an up, down. I actually, yesterday I forgot about that, so I was I forgot there is an up, down key, because yesterday this is how I would go down, and then like if I'm here, I would have to look down and then move backwards in order to move up. But I just realized that there is actually an up and down key. I don't need to do that. So yeah, this is the kind of camera that I would recommend, that you kind of you wanna basically move backward this way. Turn on these. I think spectate overlay. So turn on the overlay, so because it makes it much easier to see where people are. As you can see, it's not very clear here who is who. Sometimes, like also the diva is hidden behind the tree. So when you turn on the overlay, you can kind of see. So what I would recommend is that at all times, keep the camera in a position where you can see all your teammates, and ideally most of the opponents, or of course if someone is back in the spawn room, or the enemy is back in the spawn room, you don't have to actually see them. But yeah, ideally you want to put the camera where you can see everybody around the objective, ideally. And then you want to analyze your positioning. So check it out here. I kind of I mean, yeah, we can't cap yet. Like most people, they are poking. Like my team and their team are like pokey. They're playing poking just from a distance, where I'm overextending, over aggressive. But ideally, I would have wanted my Ryan and my Diva to just jump down here and kind of assert their dominance. Because if they did, then instead of me coming here to kind of to use cover from their shots, I would have actually, if I saw them, as I'm going down here, if I noticed that they are coming, then I would have come here and stood behind my Ryan shield and started to break that shield and stuff like that. I would have also started to look at that flank, see what's going on here, because as you can see, Hanzo's coming from that flank. So yeah. The reason I tend to do this is because I play a lot of tanks, and I generally speaking tend to be sort of a bit aggressive when I play tanks. Not aggressive just randomly, aggressive on the objective, in the sense that right from the start I want to kind of say that we are ready to take this area. This area is ours. That's what tanks actually should do. Tanks are supposed to get on the point, and say, this is my ground. I'm going to stand my ground. This belongs to me, and there is nothing you can do about it. That's what kind of tanks are supposed to say with the body language of their heroes. You know, they're not going to say this out loud, you know, with words, but they're going to say it with the body language of their heroes. I'm not afraid. I've got the best healers behind me. You know, kind of. This is what the body language is supposed to say. I know, you know, these are bronze tanks and these are bronze healers, so they're not probably not the best tanks in the game and not the best healers. But just pump yourself up, you know. At least kind of fake it. If you keep faking it, you know, guess what? It become reality. If you keep encouraging your healers, say awesome healing, guys. I swear it works. I swear it works. You pump these players up. You feel them. You make them feel good about themselves and say, oh my god, you know, someone is calling me a good healer, and then they suddenly do an even better job because it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, but in the good direction, you know. And in this case, I guess, yeah, it does become a self-fulfilling prophecy because when you say it, you know, they tend to believe it. You know, oh, I'm a good, you know, of course not everybody. Some people just aren't like, you know, they don't have any confidence in themselves. So no amount of encouragement is going to work with them. But most people do. Most people, when you encourage them, most people feel pumped up, you know, kind of pumped up and go, oh my god, someone likes my healing, and then they start, you know, working better, you know, doing better because they want this to become true. You know, even if they suspect it a little bit, they are not really confident of the truth of your statement. They want your statement to become true with their performance in this match. So in a way, yeah, with your body language as a tank, you know, say this, not with your words, just the body language of this tank. You know, a tank gets down here. This is my space. I'm gonna claim it, and there's nothing you can do about it because I'm a tank. I'm a big hunk of shields and metal and meat. And I've got the best healers behind me. You know, that's the sort of body language that a tank is supposed to make. And it kind of annoys me when my tanks don't do this because I really, really want to do this with them. Because especially as Reaper, it's like as Reaper, my passion is to stand behind my Ryan and literally put the fear of, you know, either put the fear of God in my opponent's hearts, or, you know, put the fear of Ryan plus Reaper in my opponent's hearts. That's my passion. You know, I literally want to intimidate and scare my opponents as Reaper. You know, that's what I like to do. I like to really basically use the shield as my protection, and also healers who are paying attention to me, to just get in the face of the opponent, keep shotgunning their faces and watch their HP drop low, and then watch them panicking, you know, because oh my god, half of my life is gone so fast. I need to run from Reaper and Ryan, you know, and Ryan is flailing his hammer all over the place. I'm gonna die. I need to run, get out of here. And that's what I like to see. This is my passion, you know, when playing a lot of Overwatch matches. So I definitely, you know, really want my tanks to help me, you know, put the fear of Reaper plus Ryan in the opponent's hearts. So, and then in here, I'm making a big mistake, I have to admit. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of conflicted. Like, I want to criticize myself, but at the same time, as I described to you, I really want to scare them off this. It's like I have a strong desire. I have such it's almost an uncontrollable desire within me to scare my opponents off this area here. I just want to say to them, you are not welcome here. If you come here, there is a good chance that you're gonna die. That's what I'm saying. You know, by what I'm doing here is, you know, probably very bad. But, you know, if in case you were wondering, I'm still, as you can see, look at me. You know, see, I am still trying to use cover. I'm not like completely mad. Because if you're completely mad, you would be here. All right. So that's like how I want you to analyze yourself, analyze even other players. If, you know, a completely mad player would be here. You know, like a Reaper who has no experience in getting punished would be here, shotgunning, pew 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 pew, shotgunning in their faces, and of course they destroy him. He dies, and he learns that, you know, that this is madness, you know, being here. But I am not doing this. I'm trying to, you know, kind of use the wall as a cover. I'm trying to, you know, basically also kind of at least protect my lower body. Eventually protect my lower body with this box, if you know, if it comes to that, or if I need to do that. So in a way, I am not completely mad here, but I have such a strong urge of denying the enemy this area and basically sending the enemy the message when they hear the shotgun to the right and they feel the shotgun in their faces. I want them to get the message: you are not welcome to drop here. We are going to be claiming this area very soon, and you're not welcome to drop here. If you drop here, there's a very good chance that you will die to the Reaper's shotgun in your face. That's basically what I'm doing here. It's kind of a mistake, but as I said, I'm conflicted. Like I don't know whether to, really say it's a complete mistake and I should never do this again, or I'm kind of 40% right. I don't know. Here I'm wondering whether I I was checking if there is anyone flanking me from the left, as you can see. So I am kind of keeping an eye on the flank, and here I get into a duel with their Sigma, and yeah, I do try to take some cover behind the box. So I'm not completely mad, but of course there is, yeah. So even though I paid attention to this flank, I didn't pay enough attention to the Hanzo, or maybe I did, and this is why I'm getting back. So I'm getting back here, and this opens me up to the fire from this direction. As you can clearly see, so much damage is coming from this direction, but I think I'm going here so I can eventually break line of sight with this very dangerous Hanzo. He has the high ground, and he can one-shot me if he's really accurate. So yeah, and I do kind of get into trouble, and then yeah, I'm using my Shadow Wraith to get back, and as you can see, I do take cover. I'm missing a little bit of health, and I ask for healing, I think, at this point. So yeah, and yeah, that was a mistake. That was a mistake from our Ryan. And what did I do? I don't know. Let's see. So usually I support my Ryan when they do these things. So there, okay. I think I was already yeah, I think I kind of, yeah, I thought it was a hopeless case. And in my mind, I think I said that that's a mistake, and I'm not going to support that mistake. So yeah. And then I kind of, yeah, I kept thinking, yeah, this Hanzo is very dangerous, and I think I noticed the death of my Hanzo teammate, and I said, okay, this guy needs to feel a bit afraid. He can't have free reign in our flank this way. He needs to feel like he's not welcome here. So I started trying to apply pressure. And here I go for the health pack, still dueling him. Of course, he has a huge advantage, which is two huge advantages. One of them is high ground, and the other is distance. My shotgun doesn't work that well, I think, in this distance. I mean, a little bit, but not enough. At this point, I think I should have probably used his being distracted with the Mercy, I think, to come somewhere here and try. I mean, I did actually I did think of this, to actually teleport here and start, kind of really pushing him more, but I did feel like he has the advantage, and if he hears me teleporting, he might actually easily one-shot me. So I changed my mind. I said, okay, I'm not going to teleport, but someone definitely needs to do something, and I think it's our D.Va. Yeah, it's definitely our D.Va's responsibility to make this Hanzo, know that he is not welcome here. Kill him. If you kill him once, then he will know that he can't do this again. So basically, if Reaper, if I keep poking him here, making him, kind of telling him, you're not welcome. If you come here, you're gonna die. As Reaper, and D.Va goes up to him and annoys him if he takes the high ground, then he will learn that he's not welcome in this area, and he will find somewhere, some other way to gain advantage on us. Yeah, I'm still nice. Wow, I managed to kill him. So yeah, I kind of teach him a lesson, I guess, from down. I like seeing that. And our tank is being way too over aggressive, just going alone again, and nobody. But yeah, I don't know what our D.Va's baby, our Hanzo's doing. Yeah, he's doing the right thing, using cover. Yeah, So I can't fault the Ana or the Hanzo. They're doing well. I probably at this point I probably should have started. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's good. Good. So I do realize that we're outnumbered. I'm outnumbered, and I need to get out of here. Even though I mean it's okay to sacrifice the objective sometimes. That's a shame. That, that's nice, nice. So I flanked their healer, put their healer down, and Shadow for. Yeah, I'm doing well. I think I'm doing well. Kind of, constantly trying to flank, prioritizing my targets, using cover, just playing the pokey game with them. I hear my Ryan here doing this. So I dropped down to support him. And yeah, I do manage to put down with his help, of course. Our Ryan needs healing. I don't know what our, yeah, that's on our Mercy. Our Mercy is up here. I don't know why she's just latched onto the D.Va who doesn't need healing. Let's see this again. So yeah, she's doing well here. Yeah, she's doing well here. But now she's healing someone who doesn't need healing. I need healing. Yeah, yeah, she's getting pressured, so I think maybe part of her is panicking. But yeah, she should have quickly switched. The D.Va doesn't need healing at all. Ana needs healing, Reaper needs healing. She should have switched. And more important than Ana and yeah, look at that. Where is she? Yeah, actually our Ryan needed healing like well. So now she's here. Our Ryan needs healing, and I think she can stand here. She can stand here and save him. Like here, so she takes cover from this Hanzo and a little bit of cover from the rest, and kind of say she can save him. And I'm trying to support him. So even if so now look at this. So she ultimates. Yeah, man, that is a huge critical mistake here. Look at this. She ultimates and starts healing a full health D.Va, whereas our Ryan is in desperate need of healing. I mean, he is an evil Ryan, but we want to win, so it's okay, I guess. When we're sharing the same objective temporarily, we can ally ourselves with an evil Ryan. But yeah, he desperately needs healing, and oh my god, and look at this, the Moira ultimates, and she's still completely ignoring that the poor evil Ryan. And obviously, this Ryan kind of, I mean, if he feels frustrated at this point, I wouldn't blame him, to be honest. But if he verbalizes the frustration, then obviously he's not helping. He's making his teammates tilt, feel bad. He's affecting their performance negatively. So yeah, it's definitely don't verbalize it. But yeah, if you're in this Ryan's position, and you do feel a bit frustrated, why is my Mercy ignoring me when I desperately need healing, especially after she ultimated? Like, if you have the game sense to actually be aware of this, all right, still do not tilt and do not blame your healer. Just make sure you have, as I showed you here, make sure you have your need healing key. You have a good, a key for it that's within reach, easy. You can reach it easily, and do not spam it. Just use it once. Wait patiently. You're not the only person who needs healing on the battlefield, as you can see clearly. Reaper needs healing. Ana needs a little bit of healing, but of course, a healer who has experience needs to prioritize. So in this case, Ryan is the one who should have been priority 1 If she gets him up to maybe 80%, she can pay attention to the Reaper and maybe to the Ana, and then she returns to the Ryan to heal him to full. Our Ryan does make mistakes, by the way, so even if you're in Ryan's position, you need to remember that this Ryan, so even if you're in his position or you are like basically analyzing your own gameplay, you need to remember, like if you were this Ryan, you need to remember that you threw yourself to the wolves just a while ago. Remember when this Ryan charged all the way here to the enemies by himself, just like that, with I don't know 5-6 opponents alive, well and alive around him. Yeah, so that was, our Ryan isn't doing so great either. So do keep an eye for this. Like when you're analyzing your own gameplay, don't just focus on other people's mistakes. If you spot them so you can teach yourself something, not so you can keep blaming. Like I'm spotting these things so I can say, okay, you know what, if I ever use Mercy, I need to play better than this. I need to make sure that I'm prioritizing my targets. I need to make sure to support my main tank. Ryan is like a triple main tank, especially when your other tank is Diva. So yeah, you definitely have to prioritize your targets better. As a tank, you need to make sure you don't throw yourselves in the middle of enemies like that with charges. You have to learn how to balance your aggression. So yeah, stand your ground. Like if you really wanna contest, you can stand here and then use cover. And this cover is good because you are protected from anyone trying to flank here upward. Like look at this diamond. If this diamond is like poking, playing the pokey game, right here you're protected. He has to drop. He has actually to actively drop here and come. And if he does, and usually you can hear the footsteps of anyone doing this. So yeah, you can stand here, or you can even stand here right under the thing, so they can't shoot you. And of course, if you're standing here as a tank, your own DPS needs to be a little bit back. Use the shield sometimes. And then if they are, they can kind of see in their peripheral vision if someone's coming here and trying to headshot the Reinhardt or something. You as a DPS, you need to be back here and make sure that you're aiming, but in your blind spot, like right here. So I'm looking here, all right? So you're looking here, but you have to teach yourself that in your blind spot, you are paying attention. If I see a shadow, if I see something moving here, I'm going to turn, and start shooting, So these are some things to take into account. As a tank, you want to contest, but you also want to use cover when your shield is close to breaking. Don't keep your shield up until it completely breaks. Don't do that. In lower tiers, it helps if you keep your shield up until it cracks. It helps in lower tiers. As you go up the elo ladder, you shouldn't. You shouldn't keep the shield up until it starts cracking. You should actually lower it earlier to basically always have a reserve of it. Always have I think I would say a bare minimum of quarter, but ideally you want to have half of it or 1/3 of it available to you at all times. So that's at upper tiers. But in lower tiers, it helps to keep it up until it cracks, simply because your teammates just don't have the rhythm in the game sense. In lower tiers, most of your teammates are not going to have enough rhythm and game sense to be able to tell that you will lower the shield after X number of time. Like they won't get that rhythm. Like if you have a certain rhythm, I keep my shield up for 3 seconds or whatever, and then I get in. They really won't be able to pick up on that rhythm much, so they will make a lot of mistakes. They will stand here out in the open, kind of get cocky, because there is a shield in front of them, and then suddenly when you lower your shield, bam, they're exposed, so they can be one shot or whatever. Also, one thing you can do is instead of waiting until the shield cracks to lower it, one thing you can do is when your shield reaches half or 1/3 left, you can start moving inside this way with the shield. This way you are teleporting to your teammates. Basically the gradual denial of the shield. So if someone's standing here, all right, and they see and the shield, the shield here, like the edge of the shield is here, and then they start, you start moving closer and closer to the right side, so they can see that this edge is moving. So they will start moving with you, moving because they want that shield, and then suddenly they are moving with you until they are behind, behind the wall, and bam, you can lower that. Now you can lower the shield, or basically stop putting the shield up, and they are also behind cover. So you kind of, so you see what I'm saying here? That even if your teammates don't have enough game sense or enough good positioning to understand the importance of natural cover, you as a tank can help them. You can help them understand the importance of natural cover. You can teach them. You can be literally a silent teacher as a tank with a shield. And that's what a silent teacher can do, as I said. Instead of lowering your shield suddenly, just move, and then lower it here behind cover. This way, you don't even need to say, because there is up in the higher tier and higher ranks, you will see that a lot of tanks say fall back. They use this. So they would have, I don't know, some sort of key here, and then they would say fall when they want to lower the shield. They would say fall back, and their teammates know them. They understand what that means, so they take cover. Basically, they go stand behind. They use natural cover. They know that fall back from Orion means I'm lowering my shield now. So yeah, and then going in. And then they use going in when they are ready to put the shield up. They say going in, and then they put the shield up and start go in. So yeah, in the lower tiers, instead of this, which may not be understood, what does fall back mean from Orion? Does that mean we should backtrack? No, it means take natural cover because I'm going to lower the shield. But in lower tiers, lower ranks, as I said, not everybody understands this, so you can teach them. You can kind of play at their own game sense, game knowledge by doing it this way, as I said. Just move with your shield behind cover, and then lower it when you're finally behind cover. This way, you're kind of forcing your teammates to move with your shield until they are also protected with you. Bam, and then you can lower your shield and stuff. Does that mean that I always do this? No. As I said, I don't have top 500 skills or game sense. I'm still learning myself. I'm still learning to apply this knowledge in the practical, in under pressure, especially when I'm under pressure. I'm still learning to apply all this under pressure. So my title, my stream title is very accurate. Average skills. And as I said in the first stream, I placed my account in bronze not by throwing. I didn't throw at all. I simply just flexed, played a few heroes to see how it goes in the real world after doing some practice with them in custom games. And I did my best, and I didn't pick weak heroes or anything like that. I tried to pick the best heroes, but because I am rusty, as I said, I quit the game for about 2 years. Yeah, it was easy to place this account in the bronze for this project without throwing, at all for me. So that's how average. Well, someone might argue if you placed it in bronze, that's not average, that's below average. And yes, that's kind of true, but so you could say I was average. It's just that, and hopefully I'll get back to average skills very soon. But yeah, average is, I think, about gold, mid gold or something like that, maybe high gold. So yeah, bronze is below average, but hopefully I'll get back to average very soon. So yeah, I do understand quite a bit about the game and stuff like that, but I don't apply everything myself. So if you ever see me not practicing what I preach, please be open-minded and remind yourself that I didn't say I'm top 500. I said average skills. So yeah, I have at least the self-awareness to know that I don't apply all this knowledge all the time. Sometimes when I'm under pressure, I forget, and it's kind of like it's kind of like some of the top players when they are under pressure, they don't really strafe, they don't strafe randomly enough. They get into a rhythm. That's like top 500 players even. So a top 500 player might strafe, kind of randomly, and freeze sometimes. You see, there's no pattern here, and sometimes I strafe quickly, sometimes I stop, and then sometimes I move in the same direction. So yeah, a lot of randomness. But then when they are under pressure, they tend to fall into a certain rhythm, even top players. When they're under pressure, they can't think consciously anymore about the random strafing, so they fall into a rhythm. That's kind of an example of how all human beings, when they're under pressure, they can't really perform perfectly based on their knowledge. Like they can have a lot of knowledge, a lot of skills, but when they're under pressure, a lot of this knowledge and skills just they're suddenly gone poof, out of their mind, and some sort of autopilot takes over. Your subconscious takes over to preserve you, and your subconscious can only act on the skills that it learned, patterns, things that you memorized, and obviously randomness cannot be memorized. Well, in this kind of randomness, I'm not talking about a bunch of random numbers that someone can memorize. I'm just talking about random patterns. Random, real-time generated random patterns. They can't be memorized. Like this strafing, random strafing, a bit of randomness in your strafing. This cannot be memorized by the subconscious. You can't keep doing random strafing over and over again until you memorize it. Because if it is random, then then it can't be memorized. It can't be replicated. Obviously, you see the sort of the clash here. It's like something doesn't make sense. To say that a random pattern of strafing can be memorized or repeated, because if it's repeated, then it's not random. It is a pattern. You see what I mean? But as long as it's random, then it can never be memorized, and that's why your subconscious cannot replicate it. Your subconscious can't produce random strafing movements when you're under pressure, because when you're under pressure, your subconscious takes over and performs according to what you have programmed it with, whatever you programmed your subconscious with. And when I say programmed, then obviously I'm talking about things that can be that can be sort of memorized. They can be registered, something that can be registered and memorized. And obviously a random strafing pattern cannot be registered and memorized, because if it could be registered and memorized and repeated, then by definition it becomes a pattern. It becomes something repeatable, and by definition that means that it's not random. You see? So yeah, that's basically why even top tier players fall into a certain pattern when they're under pressure, a certain strafing pattern when they're under pressure. And by the same token, or in the same spirit, all players, regardless to rank, they forget some of their knowledge and some of their skills even when they're under pressure. So this is why I said I could be playing Ryan one day or Orisa or something, and I forget to do this. I forget to, instead of lowering my shield, I forget to move with my shield behind cover to encourage my teammates to follow me. I could forget that, but yeah, if you find the idea useful, and I do think it's one of the best techniques of tanking, of shield tanks in the lower tiers. One of the best techniques you can ever apply is this one here, as I said. Always being near cover when you're with your shield, and when you see that your shield is about done, not when it cracks, before it cracks. You gotta keep your eye on it, and before it starts cracking, you need to start moving slowly, to not too slowly, but just move to kind of like that, to behind cover, and that will be all the teleporting or signaling that your teammates need to understand that they should stand behind cover, and that the shield is going gone. So instead of your teammates being here and all of a sudden you stop putting your shield up, so in one instant I'm protected, and then the other instant shield gone, and then I could die. Well, no, kind of the shield is not poof suddenly gone. The shield is going gone. Hey, Res Edits. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right, good. Yeah, may God accept your prayers, inshallah. Thank you for passing by and for your salam. Sounds good. I'd love to chat with you soon. All right, so these are some random thoughts that came to me while I'm doing this, and what I'm talking about, revising your own gameplay. And I kind of the idea that brought me here was to find a balance between between blaming external factors and your teammates for your losses on one end of the spectrum, or one extreme end of the spectrum, and self-defeatist thinking like I am not skilled enough, I'm never gonna climb. So basically blaming yourself only on the other extreme end of the spectrum. So between those two ends of the spectrum is that sort of mentality where you say, I take full responsibility of my share of mistakes in this match, and there is no way I or even a professional coach can predict the future, or be able to predict the outcomes of any specific situation to any significant level of accuracy. There's no way anyone can tell. So we don't know if one of my mistakes cascaded or snowballed into the direction of defeat. If one of my mistakes is actually kind of the root cause of defeat. Because as I said yesterday, and I said a while ago, and I repeat, some mistakes become contagious like a virus. You do a mistake, your teammate sees you doing that mistake, they say, okay, well, someone is doing it, I might as well do it, I might as well go in that back position, I might as well overextend. And you see this all the time, isn't it? Like you're defending here, for example, and you haven't face rolled the enemies or anything. Like you haven't bum rushed them or face rolled them, like basically like really like which means defeated them very easily. You haven't done that. You kind of defeated them with difficulty, all right? And even though although it wasn't an easy victory, you find some teammates going up here, and it's not like they're trying to maybe throw a fire strike and then come back, kind of just delay them. It's not like they're trying to delay them. No, they come here and they want to fight. They just want to fight here. And this choke point, so they're here and the enemies are there. And the enemies can focus all their fire on this point. And you find teammates coming here and, pokey, let's exchange fire here, And when they stand there for just 5 seconds, that's all it takes. That's all it takes, 5 seconds, A Rhine, especially if it's a Rhine. A Rhine goes there, 5 seconds, that's all it takes. All these teammates, oh, our Rhine is there, I might as well come here. Yeah, I can stand in the choke point with my Rhine and swallow some damage and feed them some ultimate charge with my Rhine. Why not? I can maybe pokey with my Rhine. And then, a third person sees that. Hey, don't have fun without me. Don't get kills with one. Even though the kill feed has 0 kills, nobody killed anything. He's just thinking to himself, oh, don't have fun without me. Don't get kills without me. Let me pokey with you. And then suddenly you find all your teammates. The whole death ball stands here at the choke point, swallowing damage and grenades from Junkrat or God knows what, and just feeding the enemy ultimate charge and stuff. And then after a while, the fight, extends here out in the open, and the enemies, some of them come from here, some of them come from the flank, and they start shooting you. And then some of your teammates are also, the smart ones say, oh, I can flank them, I can come from here and flank them. Like from here, and that takes like half an hour basically to get behind them, okay? And they stand here and they tunnel vision, pew 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 pew. And what they're not aware of is that there is someone coming from spawn from the other team, and this person comes here, sneaks. Oh, there is someone giving me his back. Let me assassinate them, and then that's it. One shot, something like that, done for. They try to run to the right, but it's too late. So they get a kill, and. As I said, some people die here at the choke point. The Rhine overextends and starts flailing his arm, but he gets overwhelmed from fire here and from there and dies. And all of a sudden, these guys have the spawn advantage, because they are closer. Because you are too far, they are closer. So yeah, just the next resurrection or spawn, they have the advantage. They come here and bam, they just cap, and. This scenario started with one move. Do you remember what that one move is? The Ryan, instead of defending here, kind of standing here with his shield and defending to kind of keep contesting the point. His teammates also keep an eye on this flank here. Instead of this, the Ryan went all the way up here And instead of throwing a fire strike here and just and then coming back quickly, for example, no, he just stands there with his shields, waits for his fire strike to come off cooldown so he can throw another fire strike at them. And then when he stands there for like 15 seconds, it's boring. Okay, let me go a bit to the front, and then and it's not like he has to go to the front. All he has to do is just stand here 5 seconds, and that's it. If he stands there, if a Ryan stands there 5 seconds, his teammates, one by one, they're gonna join him. And as I said, the story goes on and on. As I you know, basically I told you all this, all the different scenarios of this can go. But most of the scenarios ends up with the blue team's death. Oh no, yeah, with the team 2, with team 2's death, the team that spawns there. Here, you know, all the scenarios, and usually, at least unless this team has Smurfs or something. But given that both teams have equal skill levels and game sense levels and stuff, any fights here usually end up with the loss of this team. And this team has the spawn advantage, you know, the distance, basically, a shorter distance. So they eventually win. This team eventually, given that both, as I said, both teams have fairly equal skill levels and game sense, okay? This team usually ends up winning this fight and just capping and getting down here with the number advantage and capturing the point. And then it cascades from there, you see? So they capture the point, and you probably know, if you played Overwatch for a while, you know that recapturing a point is hard. You know, when a point is already blue, it's hard to turn it red. And when a point is already red, it's hard to turn it blue. It takes quite a bit of time and effort and stuff like that. So yeah, this team, because of that mistake, this team comes, captures, and then they do something better. They don't overextend, so they keep, you know, they stay their ground on the objective. All right, unless they are steamrolling the other team, as I said, you know, because they have a Smurf or whatever, then yeah, why not, you know, go out there and spawn camp them for whatever, you know, it's worth. It's fine. You can spawn camp them if you actually have that gap in the skill level. But if you don't, if you didn't feel like it's too easy, then you need to stand your ground and pay attention to the objective. And as I said, one mistake from the Ryan here, and it's gone. That's it. The point is gone. Is in you know, bit by bit, 5 second by 5 second, people keep copying each other. So one mistake can become contagious. You with your mistake, you encourage your teammates to make mistakes with you, and this whole thing snowballs or cascades into defeat. So there is no way you can know. I gave an example to kind of make it clear that sometimes you can tell which mistake snowballed into the direction of defeat. Sometimes, but at other times it's impossible. You know, because nobody knows the future. We just don't have that kind of knowledge, you know. So not even professional coaches can. Not all the time. I mean, sometimes they can. They can tell you, oh, this specific mistake, you know, snowballed into the defeat. By the way, they can kind of tell. Sometimes you can tell, but at other times you can't. So there's no, and especially if you're not like a top 500 player, if you're like a gold player or something, you can't. You just don't have the knowledge and the game sense to really be able to tell whether you know, some mistakes are actually responsible for the defeat, kind of with a snowballing effect or not. You just can't. So it's just safer to take responsibility for the loss, your share of the responsibility for the loss, and to remind yourself, to humble yourself and remind yourself that you don't know, you can't tell, you can't be, you know, 100% sure whether any of your mistakes snowballed into the defeat. You can't know this for sure, you know, whether a yes or no. You can't know either. So, you know, don't think, oh yeah, it's a yes, and then, you know, basically blame yourself only and start thinking negative thoughts about yourself. And don't think no all the time, all right? And just, you know, be adamant about blaming your teammates. Don't do either. Simply acknowledge the fact that you can't be sure one way or another. This uncertainty will keep you balanced, will keep you between both, you know, extreme directions of, you know, blaming your teammates only or blaming yourself only. No. Take your share of the responsibility. Realize that Mercies, Ryans, you know, if you're a damage dealer, they make mistakes, all right? And if you're a damage dealer, realize that you make mistakes too, just like them. So everybody makes mistakes, and you can't control other people. You can't change other people. The only thing you can change is yourself. So focus on your own mistakes, on correcting your own mistakes. Does that mean that, the game isn't a team game? And does that mean that you should play a solo game? No. Or not join voice or whatever, and just work on becoming a smurf or becoming a top 500 player who carries his games or her games? No, that's not what I'm saying. And I don't agree with this. A lot of professional coaches kind of propagate this sort of mentality in the community, and I completely disagree with this. I don't think this is the correct direction for the community or for individual players. The correct direction is to understand that other people make mistakes, but to remind yourself that it's none of your business, all right, to change other people or to criticize other people. Most people, if they watch their own replays, they will figure out, things for themselves, all right? So you focus on yourself, and you also admit the uncertainty of that point that I mentioned, that you don't know whether any of your mistakes cascaded or snowballed into the defeat direction or not. You don't know whether it's a yes or no. You don't know. You can't be certain either direction. So just keep yourself humble and realize that there's always a chance that if you avoid most of your mistakes, that you will start climbing. There's a very, very good chance. Well, this series is trying to prove that it's not just a chance, that it's a fact. You see what I mean? It's a fact that if you keep making less and less mistakes as you play the game, it's a fact that you will climb, even with average skills. You see, that's what I'm trying to say here. But average skills doesn't mean that you leave yourself ignorant of your own mistakes. No. Average skills means that you can still watch your replays like I'm doing here. You can still analyze your own performance, see what you did wrong. You overextended. You didn't use cover. You played without your tank as a diver. I did this, but I kind of justified it. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that I'm conflicted. I don't know whether to fully blame, but I did say I'm 60% in the direction. So I'm saying 60% I'm wrong, and 40% I'm kind of sympathizing with myself. When I was here, I'm talking about this mistake here. When my Reaper was here and I'm trying to pokey, yeah, as I said, I'm kind of conflicted a little bit, but I'm 60% certain that it's wrong. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm probably better off coming here, making sure Hanzo and McCree don't they don't try to flank us. Probably, if I really want and pressure them, and then when this is protected, I can take a couple of shots here and then keep an eye on this flank, get back, just pokey, maybe probably better than being here, probably out in the open like this. But as I said, my preference was that to see that my Ryan is dominating, is basically asserting his dominance, asserting his ownership of the space, and then I would have gladly stood behind him and just supported him, made his position even stronger and more scary and more dominant, with Reaper's shotguns. But yeah. I do have some urges. They're not just bad habits. They're bad habits and emotional urges. Strong emotional. This is something I want to do. And I probably need to resist that. So it's not just a bad habit. This is also, I guess, this is another good tip for you to sort of catch yourself when your habits are not just habits. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, MGD. Sorry, my friend. You sent us salam 2 minutes ago, and it took me probably about 120 seconds to respond. I was just so focused on what I'm talking about. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. So do realize that some of your bad habits, try to find the root cause. Why is the bad habit there? So that's one of the ways of dealing with a bad habit, because bad habits may not be just mindless, because there's a sort of misunderstanding that all habits are mindless. Something that you do just mindlessly, but it's not necessarily that all the time. Some bad habits have reasons behind them, and seemingly good reasons. So, for example, this over aggressive bad habit of mine has the emotional reason behind it, that the root cause of it probably is that emotional urge that I talked about, that the urge that I need to join, I need to have it, ideally, in an ideal world, I need to have a tank with me and just put the fear of Reaper plus Ryan in the enemy's hearts. I really, I even said that's my passion. Like, that's the best thing I can do on Reaper. I like this a lot more than flanking. Does this mean that I never flank as Reaper? Obviously, no. Of course, no. You have to be flexible. You cannot play a hero with a one-trick playing style. You cannot do this and climb. It's just not possible. So if you're playing McCree, for example, you cannot climb by constantly playing behind the shield or constantly flanking. You need to adapt. You need to be flexible with your playstyle, even if you're one-tricking, one day. And I do not, by the way, yeah, it's a good point that I mentioned one-tricking. I do not recommend one-tricking except when you get into Masters. If you're still in Bronze, even Gold, I would recommend that you flex. I would highly recommend that you flex, and flex as much as possible. If you're too afraid of sabotaging games or throwing games by playing heroes that are completely new to you, do get into quick play, but do not play quick play as a habit. If you wanna climb, you need to play serious Overwatch, and serious Overwatch is not always, but mostly competitive. I know what I'm trying to say here is that some competitive matches, you see these levers, throwers, and stuff like that. So obviously these matches can't be serious Overwatch. But most of the competitive matches are serious Overwatch. So you need to play as much serious Overwatch as possible, but there's nothing wrong with playing 1 to 3 matches of quick play on a hero that you're completely new to, in order to understand how that hero works in a team, some of the potential there, and so on. And of course, I highly recommend playing in a custom match and playing free-for-all with that hero at least once before you jump into competitive with that hero. But I highly recommend that you try every single hero before you get into Masters. And I don't mean try every single hero just in quick play. I recommend that you try every single hero in competitive. But if you play 1 to 3 matches of quick play on a certain hero, and maybe play a custom game to just train yourself with the aim, and maybe as I said, play some free for all to get some duels and see how it works. And you really feel like, okay, I'm not feeling this hero at all. I just don't like this hero at all. If you feel that way, then that's fine. In this case, then you can just skip that hero and cancel it, like take it off your list of potential mains, or even potential flex alternative heroes. That's fine in this case. But I do recommend that you try as many heroes as possible, and that you flex as much as possible before you get into Masters. Because the time commitment that is needed of you to climb to Diamond is not that much. You can still, like most people, can climb to Diamond with practice, game sense development by watching the replays, playing more and more competitive. Most people can climb while playing a fairly large pool of heroes. Most people can do it. But once you get into Masters, then yeah, that's when you're trying to achieve mastery over a very, very small pool of heroes, or even one hero. So basically 1 to 3 heroes maximum. And I would recommend, once you get into Grandmasters, that you also narrow down your role to one role. Because a lot of professional coaches will recommend that you basically focus on one role and 1 to 3 or very few heroes right from the start. But I don't think that's a right approach before Masters. So all the way to Diamond, flexing, I would highly recommend that you flex. One of the best benefits of flexing is developing empathy for the other roles. So even if you're 100% sure that you are a damage dealer, this is quite common. Some people just like, Genji, McCree. They like that feeling. They like being a damage dealer, a DPS, and they are 100% sure that they will never want to heal or tank or what have you. I highly recommend you still force yourself to play as a healer and play as a tank all the way to Diamond every now and then, even if it's sometimes. And this is in competitive. Like, find yourself 1 or 2 healers that you can tolerate. Find yourself 1 or 2 tanks that you can tolerate, and can play all the way up to diamond and keep playing. Why? Because before you hit masters and grandmasters, you need to develop empathy with the other roles. What does that mean? What does developing empathy mean? Developing empathy means that you can relate, that you can really relate to other roles, that you can really get a feel. You understand what a tank is. You understand, like one day you're a Genji, all right, or you're a McCree, or what, like you're a Genji jumping with your Winston or with your wrecking ball, and you understand what this tank wants to do, what they're trying to achieve, and you understand their challenges. You understand how hard their job is sometimes. You understand this deeply, or not like super deeply, but you understand it to a certain degree, to a certain level. You also understand what it is like to be a Mercy, what it is like to be an Anna. You understand the kind of pressure on her, the kind of feeling that they get in their stomach when they see one of their teammates, one of their important or key teammates, like usually a tank, about to die. You understand those feelings. When you understand those feelings, you become a much better teammate for your team. You become a lot less toxic. You become more likable. You become basically a sort of a team player. You really achieve a high level of being a team player, mentally and psychologically, a high level of being a team player when you can empathize. Empathize is different from sympathize. Sympathize is when you feel sorry for someone, and that's not what I'm saying. So it's not about feeling sorry for tanks or healers as a damage dealer. It's about feeling some of what they feel. Because obviously, if you don't main a healer or you don't main a tank, you will never understand the depth of any of these roles. It's not the point to go so deep. The point is that you achieve an acceptable level of empathy, of understanding of the other roles. Being in their shoes. This will make you a lot less toxic. This will make you tilt a lot more, and this will make you almost never ever blame your teammates. You will never ever. Of course, some people, just nothing works with them. But I like to think that most people, the vast majority of players, they will almost never be toxic if they just really truly achieve a level of empathy with the other roles. So all these damage dealers constantly, blaming their tanks for not gaining space. All these tanks blaming their healers for not healing. Like, where are the heals? Once they really achieve a certain level of empathy with these other roles, they will really stop doing this. They will really stop being so hasty in blaming the other roles. Someone can tell you as a damage dealer who is not getting heals, Genji, McCree, or whatever, someone can tell you, well, you don't know. Maybe that healer is busy with something. Maybe they keep getting jumped by a flanker or whatever. As a damage dealer who has never healed at all, doesn't understand what healing is, doesn't understand what the backline is like for a healer, they will say, well, they will be emotional. A damage dealer who doesn't have the empathy, a level of empathy, it will be very easy for them to respond emotionally, quickly, usually with an emotional outburst, to saying like, well, in that match there was no tracer, or in that match there was no divers, no one was diving, and I still wasn't getting heals, so yeah. To avoid these emotional outbursts, and to avoid the easily blaming your teammates for something, especially the other roles, I highly recommend you keep flexing all the way to diamond, because, as I said, it will help you achieve an acceptable level of empathy with the other roles. And the key word is in the higher ranks, masters and grandmasters. That's when you're starting to think of achieving mastery, quote unquote, mastery over a certain role, one role, so either damage dealer, tank, or healer, and a few heroes, as few heroes as possible. So anywhere from 1 to 3. You can, like, if you want to be a top 500, I would definitely recommend that you focus on one hero to reach that level. If you're happy with grandmasters, then you can stretch your pool to, I would say 3 heroes maximum. And ideally, all those heroes use the same playstyle. So if you're in the damage dealing category, for example, McCree and Ashe and Widowmaker, for example, they're all flicking hit scan, with a little bit of projectile, with McCree's stun and Ash's I don't know, what was it called, the bomb. Ash's bomb. Yeah, I don't remember all the words very well, all the names of things in the game. Um, that's basically how I can summarize my thoughts regarding flexing or one tricking. Uh, yeah. Also another great benefit of flexing all the way to diamond is that you avoid toxicity. You avoid triggering your teammates when you are flexible. Because let's face it, in the lower ranks, you will always find someone who doesn't like your choice. Always. I mean, not every single match. Sorry, I need to choose that, a better word. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you will find someone who doesn't like your choice. And what I meant by always is that during the journey, during every single journey from whatever low tier to diamond, you will find people. Of course, you will also find masters and grandmasters who don't like your choices. That they are there, but it doesn't really happen as often because people once people get into masters and grandmasters, people start to kind of trust the others' choices because they kind of know anyone playing at this level, masters and grandmasters, they're not throwing, they're not trolling, they really want to win. They're taking the game seriously. So everybody, the whole community, the whole community at that level tends to trust each other. At least until proven otherwise. Until they see that someone is like really underperforming with a certain hero, and that's when they start to pointing it out. Maybe you can switch from X, and try X, something like you hear these suggestions. But all the way to diamond, you'll find during the journey, you will always find someone who's just during the journey itself, not in every match. You will find someone who just doesn't like your choices. So that doesn't mean that these people are 100% toxic, super toxic, and annoying, and what have you. These people sometimes have a bit of knowledge in the game, so you could try listening to them. Like every now and then, sometimes these people are just downright toxic. I'm just gonna say. But at other times, they are knowledgeable people. They are people who know the game, and they kind of feel like, okay, this comp that we have is not gonna work very well. I think if you, but sometimes they don't have the best way of communicating. Like they don't know how to communicate their thoughts in the nicest way possible. Does that make sense? All right. So they don't mean to be toxic, all right? But it's just they sound that way because they know that your hero choice is bad, but they don't know how to say that in the nicest, most polite way possible. So, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Res edits. I just literally saw the chat right now. Wow, it seems you sent the message about 4 minutes ago, but it just literally popped on OBS right now. So yeah. So yeah, as I was saying that sometimes these people, they have knowledge in the game, but they don't really have the best way of communicating, and especially in the EU. In the EU, you will meet a lot of non-English speakers, but they're obviously trying to speak English so that everybody can understand them. So they actually don't have the vocabulary. They don't have the best vocabulary to relay their message politely. They don't know how to be polite in English, basically. So yeah, they might sometimes sound toxic when they tell you to change your hero, but they don't always mean it. So do try to be open-minded that way. And as I said, some of them are just downright toxic. They're just annoying. So yeah, but it does help. It does help if you can be flexible. If you choose a bad hero, or if you choose a hero that it doesn't seem popular with your team or with one or two of your team members, it does help if you can change. It actually makes them feel better because at the beginning of the match, maybe they were on a lost streak. Maybe they lost the previous 5 matches or even more, and they really, really want to win something. They want to avoid the frustration of losing yet again. So they quickly jump on the fact that you're picking maybe a suboptimal hero, and they don't know your performance with it yet. So they're kind of right from the start, they're saying maybe it's better. They're trying to say that it's better if you change that hero. But as I said, some of them don't have the best style of communication. Others don't speak English as a first language, so they come across as demanding. So they would say change from X to something else, please. Kind of demanding, coming across as demanding. But as I said, they don't always mean it. Whereas others are downright toxic, as I said. But in both cases, it does help if you change. Not because you're gonna follow orders or whatever. It's because you want to win. You see the logic here. So and this is what kind of part of what my series is trying to explain here, that there is a psychological aspect, a very very significant psychological aspect to the game. If you play the psychology of the game just like you're playing the game well enough, you can actually win more matches. And one of the best ways of playing the psychological part of this game well is to work on your teammates' emotions, is to try to manage your teammates' emotions. There's only so much you can do, obviously. You cannot control other people. You cannot tell other people, what to do and always, always be listened to. But to the best of your ability, you can try to manage your teammates' emotions. One of the best ways of doing this is to change, is to be flexible. When it seems like your hero choice is not appreciated, even if it's by one team member, see if you actually can change that to someone else who can actually be just as effective or even more. So yeah, try to manage their emotions that way. Usually, if you do change, even if someone is being demanding or whatever, that actually puts them at ease. That makes them feel, okay, you know what? This team seems to be cooperative, so maybe I should do my best. Maybe we have a chance here. These guys, some of these guys, they do want to win and they're trying to be flexible. A lot of people would appreciate that. Even the other teammates who didn't make the demand, they will like that. They will like to see flexibility from even one team member. It will make them feel also better, more hopeful and optimistic. So that's one of the best ways of managing your teammates' emotions. Another critical and important way of managing your teammates' emotions is to diffuse conflict as much as possible. Like if someone starts to flame others, and if they seem to be toxic, you should basically be objective and calm in letting the toxic person know that they're being toxic and that this is not appreciated, and that also this is not the way to win. And this is like downright gameplay sabotage. And then, as I said, you mute and block them. And I would say invite. I think this is situational. Some people would say that you can give the toxic person one chance to stop, and then if they don't stop, then you mute and block them, and even ask your teammates to mute and block them. I would say that sometimes you might want to go straight for muting and blocking without giving any warnings. Because in my experience, more often than not, toxic people they just don't stop. More often, not all the time, but more than 50% of the time, most toxic people or people who do have the sort of the will to announce their toxicity, to declare it, to verbalize it out loud, most of them they don't really stop. But do let them know that they're being toxic and that they're making their teammates tilt, and that this is game sabotage. They're sabotaging their own chances and the team's chances of success by doing this, because they're pushing their teammates into a mentality of underperforming, into an emotional state of underperforming. So try to diffuse these conflicts, and depending on the situation, as I said, you can either give the toxic person one chance and only one chance, so basically to stop. And if they do it just one more time, that's it. This is like, there's no 3 strikes here. It's only 2 strikes that are allowed. You can either do it this way, depending on, as I said, the situation, or outright just block them, and also ask your teammates to block them and mute them, because they need to be isolated. These toxic people and their toxicity needs to be isolated from the team as much as possible in order to give the team the highest chance possible of succeeding. And then you might want to continue to support your other teammates emotionally. So keep encouraging them and stuff, because this toxicity is cancerous. It spreads very quickly, and it can affect someone, and its effect can remain until maybe not just the end of the match, but for several matches even. So yeah, the toxicity is really cancerous. It's one of the worst things that can have even one seed. One toxic seed can sprout into a whole garden of toxicity within the community, or even a whole field of toxicity within the community, to use the best metaphor possible here. So yeah, Toxicity needs to be isolated very quickly, and you need to diffuse it as much as as much as possible as you can, like after it. So after that, after inviting your teammates to mute and block the toxic person, start supporting them emotionally. Find every opportunity possible to encourage them, to make them feel like they are good and that we have a chance and stuff like that. So if Anna sleeps, an ultimating Reaper, say, wow, Anna, that was an awesome sleep, thank you. That these sorts of comments. If Mercy saves someone's life, your hero's life or the tank's life, wow, Mercy, that awesome save, thank you. So find every opportunity possible. If one of your damage dealers gets 3 kills in an ultimate, you don't have to wait for 5 kills. 2 kills, 3 kills is amazing. Because at the high levels of gameplay, people literally ultimate just to get 1 kill. And you will hear this a lot from high level players and professional coaches and stuff, that if you can get 1 kill at the right time, not at the wrong time, at the right time with your ultimate, absolutely go for it, ultimate and get 1 kill, but at the right time. You have to choose the right time. So getting 2 or 3 kills with an ultimate, wow, just be passionate and express your amazement and your happiness to see that someone got 3 kills with an ultimate or something. So yeah, those are some of the best ways to diffuse toxicity and diffuse its effect and manage your teammates' emotions, just like you're managing your own emotions, to increase your chances of climbing or basically winning more and more matches. So yeah, I am glad I went through all this long talk, 1 hour and 42 minutes, no gameplay, just talking about a lot of things. That's I don't regret a minute of it. Now let's start queuing. I still got 30 priority passes. I'm gonna use them, and 7 minutes are actually good because I should warm up a little bit. Yeah, disclaimer here, some high-level players and professional coaches will tell you that this method of warming up is not recommended. It teaches you bad habits, but as I said before, yesterday in my first part of the series, and I'm saying it again now, it will only teach you bad habits if you're fooling your subconscious or fooling your brain, and you're telling yourself that this is training for the real thing. If you tell yourself, oh, I'm practicing to play Overwatch to play Overwatch competitive better. No, this is not realistic. Exactly as the people who say that will teach you bad habits and they don't recommend it. This is not realistic because, as you can see, the bots are not shooting back. You're not under pressure. But who said, my counter argument to people who say that this is bad and you shouldn't do it and teaches you bad habit, my response or my counter argument to it is, who said that I'm doing this to play competitive Overwatch better? I'm not. I'm doing this to shoot better, to aim better. They will counter argue and say, well, in real Overwatch competitive, you're under pressure and your opponents don't move that way, so you're still learning to shoot like in an unrealistic and maybe a not so useful way. And my counter argument to this is, well, who said that I'm trying to learn how to shoot against humans or against patterns of strafing or when I'm under pressure? As you can see, I am missing so many icicles. I'm also focusing on talking, by the way. So MGD, thank you so much. I just read your comment about thank you. You said I don't even like Overwatch, but I really like the stream and the way you explain things. I'm so grateful. Thank you very, very much for these kind words and encouragement. Believe me, it helps a lot. And I talk about this a lot, that little words, this is what I was saying a while ago, isn't it? That little words of kindness in a match will go a long way in helping you win. So yeah, even your nice comment nice words of kindness here will also help me. Will also help me in this journey. And I am doing this series for a good cause, and the good cause, well, many good causes, the main good cause of course, is to help more people have fun with, playing. Those who play Overwatch and those who like Overwatch, I want them to, rather than play while feeling frustrated, I actually want them to have fun. So that's the first cause. The second cause is to reduce toxicity in the Overwatch community, and I do believe that what I'm talking about here will manage to reduce so much toxicity in Overwatch. One of the most important things I talk about is to play. To try to win, do your best. Try hard. I don't mind. Try hard, but don't do it. Don't overdo it with trying hard. Like, don't sweat. Like, literally start sweating just to win. That's not trying hard. That's being obsessive. Obsessing over the win. So you sweat so hard to win. That's just not healthy, and it's not the right way of doing things, in my opinion. And yesterday in my stream and in my matches, and shortly, as you probably see, you will see me trying hard. I do try to win, all right? But my aim, I try to remind myself that my aim is not winning. I don't play to win. I play to have fun, because this is a game. This is not a war. I'm not trying to win a war to save, my countrymen's lives and what have you. This is just a game. So obviously the first aim here is to have fun, just have a bit of fun. And then there is also the aim of improving. So I play competitive to improve, to learn, and to have positive communication, to meet, friendly people, have positive communication with them, just have fun with them, meet people with similar interests. And you can apply these principles whether you're playing Overwatch or League of Legends, to be honest. In any game, it doesn't matter. I don't play League of Legends, but I do hear that League of Legends does suffer from quite a bit of toxicity in the community. So yeah, these principles can be used whether in Overwatch or any other game. And League of Legends also has a ladder. I do understand there's a competitive ladder. So and some people are stuck in low ELOs in League of Legends. So yeah, it applies to them too. Like, when you play and your aim from playing is not winning, but as I said, having fun, learning, improving, practice. Yeah, I forgot about practice, because playing competitive is practice. The best way of practicing Overwatch competitive is to actually play Overwatch competitive, but not play mindlessly. You need to, as much as possible, think about what you're doing. Remind yourself of, to correct certain mistakes or correct your positioning and what have you. Playing mindlessly, playing competitive mindlessly is not going to be very effective, or it's going to make your improvement very, very slow. So yeah, if you play consciously, you're conscious of what you're doing, you will have a much better chance of improving. But yeah, the aims should be having fun, learning, improving, practicing, and having good positive communication with almost everyone you meet, with the exception of sociopaths that I talked about yesterday a lot during my stream, who do exist. I do believe they exist everywhere. They exist in the corporate world, they exist in schools, in universities, and in gaming communities. They are literally sociopaths. They are just sick people, and they will not change, because I don't know. It seems like there is no real cure. At least some sociologists, some psychologists and experts are still trying to find the cure for psychopathy and sociopathy. But as it stands, we don't have a cure. These people apparently were just born to be evil. But yeah, they are definitely few. These are the exceptions. I like to think that most toxic people are not sociopaths. They're just people, as I explained yesterday, just people going through a tough time in their life, and they don't know how to manage their emotions or thoughts very well, so they end up being toxic. But so yeah, that's why I said almost everyone. So have positive communication with almost everyone, because you can't have positive communication with toxic people who are toxic because they are literally sociopaths, but for the vast majority of a games community, even including the toxic players, you can actually turn a toxic player around if you're lucky, and if you say the right things and stuff like that. Maybe you can. It's possible. toxic people who are toxic, as I said, because they're just having a tough time in their life and they're projecting these issues into the game instead of, instead of just sorting out their real life. So, and as I was saying a while ago regarding this practice, Rainbow Six, no. I don't play much Battle Royale or tactical shooting. It's just not enough action. I mean, that's the best way I can put it, really. Battle Royale, too much running around and looting. Too much running around and looting. And you sometimes end up with just 10 seconds of action where you and your team die in Battle Royale. So you sometimes you spend 10 minutes, as I said, in Battle Royale running around and looting, and that's it. You somehow, you meet another team that has better weapons or they were better positioned and you die. Of course, some people might argue, well, you made a mistake. I don't know, not always. Sometimes it's just unavoidable. You're transitioning. You can't stay in one building forever, so you're transitioning to another building. And yeah, and they just have the jump on you. They surprise you. They take you by surprise and they kill you. So yeah, I just wasted 10 minutes in looting and preparing, and then I just lost the fight in 10 seconds. So very little action and a lot of preparing for the action with very little action. Ouch. I got tunnel vision. So that's regarding Battle Royale. Regarding Rainbow Six, kind of a similar issue for me. You can just prepare a lot and then you get one shot. And most tactical shooters is just one shot, really. So yeah, I mean, they do teach probably more realistic gunplay and stuff. But I think, yeah, just too little action for me. My God, we are being farmed. All right, guys, let's stop. Let's stop and think what's going on wrong. Okay, don't feed, please. Don't just jump in. We gotta think about a way of dealing with this calmly, without getting angry or anything. All right. Okay. Okay, so flanking is not working. The Rhine is down. Well, 2 are down on our end. Well done, guys. Well done. See? Calm. We can do this. Don't overextend now. Zarya, left, behind us. Up, high ground. She just dropped. I'm trying to go after her. We should pull back, regroup. We lost too many people. Don't push. Yeah, Group up with Ryan, please. Zarya punished. I got ultimate, I can go up. Reaper, I mean. Soldier down to the left if you can res Mercy. Well played, guys. That was such a close round. You are awesome. Hello there. I'm Smith. How's it going? Yeah, Battle Royale, MJD. Yeah, Battle Royale. I don't enjoy it that much. I'm just shot calling, Amy. I'm trying to win. You can mute me, by the way. I don't mind. I'm not going to be annoyed or anything. Feel free to mute me. I'm just trying to shot call and win. That's all. But yeah, I don't mean to order anyone. All my shot calls are invitations. I'm inviting you to try certain strategies, but you're free to play your own game. That was Hanzo, one shot. Hanzo is one-shotting probably on the bridge. We lost our Ryan, don't push. Regroup. Alright, nice and easy with our Ryan now. Support our Ryan. Well earned, guys. Thank you. Don't overextend, please. Guys, please. Let's win. Soldier needs healing. Incoming from the right side. Our Reaper's down. Let's regroup. Just one more take and we win, I hope. I'm Smith. Well, if you're gay, it's not a problem. We can have a conversation. I mean, you probably know homosexuality is forbidden in my religion, but yeah. Sorry guys, sorry. I'm talking on stream. I'm really apologize about talking about weird stuff. Yeah. So as as I was saying, um, I'm Smith. Yeah, we can have a conversation. That's not an issue at all. But yeah, it doesn't mean I can agree with your life choices. We can disagree on certain choices, but we can have a civilized conversation, exchange thoughts. I've got no problem with that. Love you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Oh my God. No medals. Well, except for bronze. Wow. So yeah, I was carried, guys. I was carried. I was carried by my bronze team. Yeah. So yeah, I'm Smith. If he's still around, thank you. If he's still around, as I said, no, it's not a problem. At least it's not a problem as far as having just a conversation, talking about things in life, and even having a friendly conversation. I don't mind. Yeah, because there is a difference between there's a big difference between hatred, and disagreement. You know, you can disagree with someone, you can disagree, and you can disagree with someone's choices, for example, but it doesn't mean that you have to hate, the person themselves. You can disagree with certain actions, choices, what have you, lifestyles, and so on. But yeah, this disagreement doesn't need to extend to hatred or anything like that. We can still have civilized conversations, and we can still work, for example, in the same company and have a professional relationship, and so on and so forth. I personally don't mind, especially in today's world. Um, Certain lifestyles and are not illegal or anything. They are, and I do live in a secular, Western country, which has its own, legal system and stuff like that. So yeah, if I choose to live in a certain country, I have to live by its laws. I gotta adhere to the laws of my country. And if I don't like these laws because they clash with my lifestyle or with my faith or religion or what have you, it is my responsibility to work on leaving, the country that has incompatible laws. But as long as I'm living in a certain country, yeah, I have to obviously just carry myself in a way that's compatible with my country's laws. And I am a Western person, by blood. I was born in a Western country. My mother is Western, so yeah. It's not like I migrated to a Western country or something like that. I belong here. Uh, yeah, that's basically. Yeah, my team was wow. I was literally carried, man. I mean, I'm playing as Reaper. I'm supposed to be getting quite a few kills with Reaper, this specific hero, but I just zero medals, just bronze objective medals. I mean, some people were like overextending and stuff like that. This you will see, by the way. This you will see this as a pattern, by the way. When I play as a damage dealer or DPS, um, and there is an objective, like a place that we have to defend or something like that, you will you will see that I usually try to stick to the objective, and my team can overextend, but I'm always worried that we will be flanked or something like that. So I stay. I keep trying to defend the objective so that no flanker can C9 can C9 the objective from us. And this is why you could see like 0 medals in terms of eliminations, but bronze or something like that medal for objective eliminations. I was starting Zen, but Tor got on the way. So as I was saying a while ago about this practice, I want to make sure that I cover as many thoughts as possible about this kind of practice, because as I said, quite a few professional coaches and high-level players, they don't really encourage their students to do this, because it's unrealistic, because you're not under pressure, and these bots are moving in random patterns and stuff like that. But as I said, I belong to sort of a side of the argument that's the other side. It's like an opposing side of the argument is that it is okay to play in such unrealistic scenarios with bots that move in ways that will never be replicated for very long by humans, when you are doing it for specific purposes. And the specific purpose here is to get used to maze delay the icicle, because the icicle is one of the hardest things to master in this game is maze icicle. It's really, really challenging. It takes a long time to get used to the time, because it takes some time. It takes some time to, because I'll say when I start shooting, I'm going to press now. You see the delay? Now, hold on. Now. You see, there is a certain delay. Like after you press the right mouse button, there is a delay. So you are supposed to lead, and this is also a projectile. It's not like hit scan. It's a projectile. So you have to compensate for that delay of the icicle being prepared to be shot, and you have to also lead a little bit depending on their movement. It's one of the hardest shots to master in the game is maze icicle. So this is what I'm practicing. This is what I'm focusing on. I'm not trying to practice May in realistic situations or or basically get used to human patterns of strafing. That's not my aim. I'm telling my mind, I'm telling my subconscious or my brain that I'm doing this practice for a specific purpose, and that specific purpose is trying to get used to a maze aiming, the icicle, how to aim it and stuff like that. So this is what I'm telling my brain. So when you do this, when you are conscious of why you are, playing in a certain practice environment, when you're doing this, there is very, very minimal, if not like non-existent, bad effect on you. Yeah, MGD. No, I don't mind. I'm Sunni. So yeah, I just looked at the kill feed, and I realized that we lost people. So yeah, I gotta play safe, and I actually have to hide. I'm waiting, guys. Sorry, I mean your Bastion is waiting. I'm gonna try to get them from high ground once you start like pushing, getting them distracted. Distract them, and then I should be able to get a few picks from high ground. Your Bastion is down. Yeah, I'm Sunni, and I don't really belong to any specific other like subsects or anything like that, or political Islamic organizations. I don't. I got a few picks. Maybe we can push. I don't know. Almost worked. Yeah, they would have. It would have honestly would have worked with a team that's playing a bit more carefully. But as I keep preaching, I take responsibility. I gotta play better, even safer, and secured. You know, I win. Oh my god! And yeah, as you can see, I did stand up and try to move, but not fast enough. Okay, last regroup, guys. Last chance. Regroup. Push. Push, 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 push. Your Bastion's down. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, that Symmetra won them the fight, to be honest. That Symmetra at ultimate. She put that insane shield right in front of me, so I couldn't really target anyone. We can do this. We can get a draw, at least, guys. Just let's try to double shield it or something. Yeah, at least I tried. Because I kind of saw that. I mean, usually at this elo, most teams cheese it. Like what we're doing now is kind of cheese. It's basically double shield plus Bastion cheese. And I knew, kind of in my gut, I knew the other team is probably gonna cheese somehow, and they did. You know, Symmetra, Torbjorn, shield, kind of. Guys, please don't. Why am I not? Don't drop all of you into the point if someone contests. We need just one to intimidate anyone who's contesting. I don't see myself talking. What is going on? I don't know. I don't know. What should I do? What should I do? What can I do with this team? I mean, they got a Bastion. They got a Bastion, so I don't see another chance really, other than keep trying to do this with Bastion versus Bastion, because I did see, I think, a Bastion. Or am I imagining? Oh, I'm imagining. It's a turret. It's not a Bastion, it's a turret. Why? What? I can't. My push to talk button isn't. Am I? I should probably switch to soldier, to be honest. They don't have yeah, I'm not doing much in terms of eliminations. I'm spending most of my time why didn't I ultimate? I'm such a noob. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Who is that? they, they probably, oh yeah, objective kills, a gold objective kills, but you know, bronze bronze normal kills. It's probably not great. But I was trying to play. I think I played kind of smartly, you know, rather than just standing behind the shield all the time, mindlessly. Yeah, I tried to play a little bit smartly, take cover, try to time, you know, time um, the moments when I, you know, stand up, get out of stationary mode, and you know, take cover, heal myself. I tried. I did a few mistakes, obviously, in that room near the health pack. I overstayed my welcome in that room and died once, and died actually a couple of times, which is like one of the worst things you can do. Really, is just to die. So yeah, definitely there will be some. I think some. Um, some self-flagellation, you know. Gotta blame myself for some of the mistakes in the replays when I watch the replays. But yeah, I'm playing definitely the whole series with the mentality that I got, you know, average skills, and I'm encouraging other people with average skills to also believe that they can do it just with positive mindset, emotional control, and good communication with people. You know, fostering positivity in your own teammate and in your own team. I mean, and in turn within the community, as you know, overall. May is kind of funny, you know. She kills the dude, and then tells him, "Hey, be reasonable." Girl, you just killed the dude. Who's supposed to be reasonable? Body blocking. The Roadhog is a good tank, you know. He's being a good tank. He just body blocked his Lucio. So yeah. One thing while doing this this sort of exercise, one thing I think I would recommend to try to do, even if you're like focusing on specific aspect of your hero, like I said earlier, is to try to find a map like this one where you can keep practicing behind cover, so you get used. So yeah, this is like one of the answers to the issue with bad habits, like, you know, that this sort of unrealistic practice teaches you bad habits. Well, you can kind of try to minimize the bad habits that you're learning by using a map like this. I'm still learning myself. Like, this is one thing I noticed, that this specific map is actually allowing me to get my practice while getting used to playing near cover. So this map is definitely good. What is, man, I forgot the names of maps and stuff. So yeah, this map is definitely, I think I might want to. The counter argument to this is that you, like, when you're practicing when not under pressure in several maps, you can get more familiar with a wider range of maps and stuff. But yeah, I think I would prioritize getting used to playing near cover over familiarity with maps. Like, you can develop other training sessions that, you know, help you get to know the maps and stuff much better. So, like, specialize, making your training and practice specialized. That's what I would, you know, definitely condone, especially for for lower skilled players like myself and lower ranked players, I would definitely recommend not overwhelming your subconscious with too many lessons at the same time. You want to divide your time between little nuggets. Divide the whole process into its building blocks, into its little building blocks. So, for example, the icicle only. So I could drop down here and practice. Oh, I gotta practice freezing and headshotting. Freezing and headshotting. This is one of the iconic Mei playstyles. You freeze, and then you get used to the time, so you can stop freezing at the correct time. This is also, but this is a separate thing. That's what I'm trying to say here. So yeah, this is one training for Mei basically. Freeze, learn the time it takes to freeze an enemy, and then stop freezing at the perfect time. You can actually get 2 headshots, not just one. If you time your freezing perfectly, you can get 2 headshots with Mei. That takes a lot of practice, until the... Hello there. So yeah, it takes a lot of practice to until you get used to the time it takes you to freeze someone. But that is a separate thing. That is a separate exercise or practice. What I was practicing is just I was trying to practice to become more accurate with my icicle only, trying to get used to cover, playing behind cover at the same time. I think that's a good thing to add. That wouldn't really mess up your practice too much, and you're also getting used to aiming while moving, so that's also decent. One can argue that you might want to practice. It's not alright. Where's the shield? Where am I gonna... Okay. Well, I tried. I keep looking for this bunny hopping Genji. And that's why I was turning around, because I was worried you would just turn around and spam the critical point at the back of Bastion. Left, junk, dead. Can anyone? Oh. these are, oh, these are some nice lines. I mean, this is one of the things that Blizzard is really good at, to be honest. Just uh, certain lines and story, funny lines and stuff like that. And I should probably join them, I guess. We probably should backtrack a bit because we lost a tank. Ah, poor team. They keep one of their teammates keeps disconnecting. Yeah, well played. Nice ultimate there. Even though I escaped it. Wow! All right. See, a person was gonna be toxic, but you know, I could help. Yeah, I could help my. Yeah, it's good. I really feel I like this stuff hits me in the field, you know, when people revise their. Now they're cheesing it. They're making us pay. Cheesing it. Winston, let's jump the Bastion together. Reaper and Winston.
Sorry.
All right, one more try. Oh my god, such a noob. Yeah, I shouldn't say good. Yeah, shouldn't say good game. Yeah, thank you guys. Great work. Yeah, this is also another thing. Gotta. I mean, I don't know. Most people, I think, know this instinctively, but some don't. When your team, when the other team has a bad match like this, you know, yeah, healers. I am just healer biased. So yeah, as I was saying, when your teammate, when not teammates, when your opponents are having such a bad match, it is really toxic to say good game. In the end, in my opinion, at least, especially here, like like here, yeah, in this match, like in this orange chat. I mean, you could like go for slash team, to say it within your team, like here, I'm on my way, whatever. Like, you could say good game to your teammates. That's fine. But in match chat here, after when your opponents are having a really bad match, you really shouldn't say good game. Like disconnections, one thrower, a lever, or basically you had a Smurf with you. You were lucky. The matchmaking algorithm match made you with the Smurf rather than made your opponents with the Smurf. So you got lucky. So you basically bum rushed them or walked all over them and had an easy win. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't say good game after matches like that, because it wasn't a good game. And guess what? I mean, some people think that this is just about the game not being a good game for the teammates, because for the opponents, because your opponents had a bad match. No, it's not like that. You also didn't have a good game. You know what? Because a good game is a game that teaches you something. That's a good game. Because and how do you get into this mindset? You get into this mindset by basically making your focus and your main goals from playing to basically to have fun, to learn, to improve, to practice, and to have positive communication. Imagine if these are your goals: having fun, learning, improving, practicing, and positive communication. These are your goals. If these are your goals, then you're not going to have that much fun really with an easy match. you know, where basically the other team had a lever, someone left, so you're playing 6, your team is 6 against 5, an easy match, or you got a Smurf on your team and they don't have a Smurf on their team, so you basically walked all over them. I mean, what did you learn? What did you practice in such a match? What did you learn in such a match? You just didn't. You really didn't learn that much. The value of the match for you is very little. So it shouldn't be a good match for you either. You know, when it's an easy match, the best matches are close matches. The best matches are well earned. Like the best wins are well earned wins. These are the good games, and this is when you can say good game in the match chat, just good game. Yes, it is a good game because it was a close win. And guess what? If it's a close loss, you can also say good game, and that's the best thing. That's one of the best things to do. You know, to take the loss like a sportsman, to say it was a good game because it was such a close match and you learned a lot. You know, you and your team just probably made slightly more mistakes, and that's why you lost. So you can learn more from these mistakes. I'm reading your last message, MGD. Toxic, like, I mean, they shouldn't be mad about it. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't condone toxicity in any way, and I don't condone having conversations with toxic people. So, you know, if you get mad at something, you really shouldn't verbalize that because it spreads toxicity in any community, regardless of the game. You need to, if you tilt or you feel mad or whatever, you need to control your emotions, and that's one of the things I discuss in this series, basically, about, you know, emotional control and emotional management. You try to manage your own emotions. That's your main focus, of course. And if you do have control over your own emotions, then you can move on into trying to diffuse conflict within your team and trying to manage your teammates' emotions or move them toward the positive direction. So in a way, they shouldn't be mad about it, but some opponents will feel not mad. Some opponents will feel bitter. Yeah, I think that's the best word. Some opponents will feel bitter about it when they had such a lousy match because of a lever. You know, someone's having disconnections, or, you know, you had a Smurf, and you're basically spawn camping them. Like literally spawn camping, like here, you know. So you're getting out of your spawn room here, and your team is so weak compared to the others that you were being farmed right here. You know, you couldn't even move here. You couldn't even move to the stairs. You were being farmed right here. And then after the matches, you know, after the other team wins, the other team says good game. What's good about that game for you? You know, losing that way. What was good? There's nothing good about that game. So why are they, you know, putting good game in match chat as if it's relevant to you? It's not relevant to you. You know, I mean, I'm trying to speak here from the perspective of some people who feel bitter about you know, about reading good game in match chat when they've had such a lousy game. You gotta ask yourself what's good. Like if you, that's why I said if you put it in like here, if you say like if you walk all over your team, your opponents, and you put, you know, good game here, that's fine, good game, yeah, because you had a kind of a good game, I guess, for some people. But as I said, I'm inviting you to actually say no, it's not a good game. An easy win is not a good game. And that's kind of mentality and the mindset I would like, you know, people to start adopting, that an easy win is not a good game. A good game is a close win, as an well-earned win, because that's where I learned. That's the kind of win, or that's the kind of game that teaches me the most about the game. But an easy win is a waste of time, literally a waste of time. I mean, someone might argue, well, you are gaining SR, you're climbing the ladder, you're achieving your goals. Okay, yeah, fine, you know, so it's not a complete waste of time. But that's if your main goal is winning or climbing the ladder. That's just like your main goal. But as I discussed like earlier, I'm inviting people to switch their mindset from having the main goal being winning and climbing to having the main goal, well, several main goals, to be, you know, having fun. Well, a main goal, a good main goal would be to have fun, and then closely followed by learning, improving, practice, and as I said, having positive communication, meeting, you know, well, like-minded people, having positive communication with them, and so on. So yeah, in a way, you know, I'm kind of inviting, you know, people to rethink that sort of mentality that easy wins are good games. No, in my opinion, they're not. And it's because of the reasons I mentioned. And it's definitely, it's not even arguable, but I mean, I'm making a point here. I'm not saying it's a fact because it's arguable. Some people might argue, well, it actually is a good game if it's an easy win because, yeah, it saves you time and, you know, helps you climb faster and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I kind of, you know, get that point. Yeah, my counter argument is as I described it, basically, that that the best games are the ones that you learn from. Hello, guys. And what's not arguable is that it was definitely not a good game at all to the opponents. So in a way, a good sportsmanship, like true sportsmanship, sort of the morals of a sportsman, would dictate that you don't say good game in match chat after your opponents have had a good match. And is this, you know, just about being nice and what have you? No. You benefit because I do believe in karma. I mean, I'm Muslim, I'm monotheistic submitter, but I believe in the concept of karma. By the way, just so that I'm not, you know, misunderstood, I don't mean that there's an actual thing in the universe called karma. No, I believe in the idea, the concept of karma, that basically you reap what you sow. Basically, whatever you do, you will pay for it. If you do bad things, you will pay for them one way or another one day. And if you do good things, you will be rewarded. That's what I believe in, basically. So, and it's in our faith, our belief system, our religion also says this. Not like in the same way that karma describes it, but we do believe in the idea itself.
Come back, Brick. Come back, Brick.
Yeah. Yeah, don't overextend, guys. We don't need to. Regarding, forgive me, MGD, if I am not like responding right away to some of your comments. You're four. You're only four. Two died.
This is my curse. Repositioning.
Let's regroup, guys.
Come back, Hanzo. Hanzo, please don't die. Don't die. Yep.
I will get my revenge.
Hanzo.
All right. The matchmaking system. Okay, I mean, a lot of people are not going to say this. Those that, you know, the famous streamers, the top players who like need to have good relationship with Overwatch. You know, they might not say this, but one thing about the matchmaking system, I think, and it's very similar in other games, is that it matches you, it manages your climbing to make it as long as possible. That's how I can summarize the matchmaking system in one sentence. Basically, the algorithm and the matchmaking system of Overwatch is optimized in order to make your climb up the ladder as slow as possible, regardless of skill level. The only exception to this, basically, what I mean is that where the algorithm just isn't designed to be able to compensate for this. is when a top 500 player is playing in low level elos, basically, the algorithm isn't like designed to be able to compensate or to deal with such an astronomical gap in skill level, because top 500 players, they are top 500. They are basically the top 500 players in the whole world. They are masters. They are literally masters of their heroes, of their roles, and so on. So so the difference in skill and game sense between them and even gold players is astronomical, literally, you know.
Grinds down.
So yeah, as I was saying, the algorithm just cannot compensate for astronomical scale gaps, basically. So it's not going to have any solutions for a top 500 player playing in silver and gold and all the way to diamond even. So yeah, this is why you see. This is why you see top 500 players sometimes. So yeah, as I was saying, that this is why you can see a lot of top 500 players doing these streams, basically unranked to GM in one sitting. Just 7 hours, and they go up from unranked to GM, and that's basically because they place themselves in about gold, not so they're not starting in bronze like I did. So yeah, they go up from gold to platinum to diamond, and then masters and GM. So they do have a shorter journey, but as I said, the more important point here is that the skill gap between them and 99% of the other players of the game is just simply astronomical.
Good push.
So the
Still pushing, guys.
so the so yeah, the algorithm just can't deal with this, and this is why they get match made in a way that allows them to climb in just one day all the way to GM. But for the rest of normal players, the average players, or the 99% of the other players, the algorithm works. It works, and it works, and when I say it works, I mean that it basically ensures that they climb at the slowest rate possible. That's the goal. That's the main goal of the algorithm. And because playtime equals money, at least from Blizzard's perspective, playtime equals money. So it's not going to allow player with high skill levels to, or for example, let's hypothetically speaking, a player is at platinum, or let's say diamond. I think diamond, yes. The player skill level is diamond, and they play for the first time the game and get placed. Most probably, the algorithm is gonna put them in gold, roughly gold, if their skill level is diamond or something like that, and maybe even lower. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the algorithm put them in high silver or something like that. And that's not because the algorithm thinks that person is that person's skill level average, or skill level compared to the average player is at high silver or at gold. It's because the algorithm wants to make the journey as long as possible. And by the way, this is actually, you know, this is the evidence. One of the pieces of evidence of this is a top 500 player playing on an unranked, you know, new account, all right, and they get placed in gold, or sometimes, you know, sometimes platinum, but you know, usually it's gold. Imagine this: someone who is top 500, you know, one of the top few players in the whole world, and then the algorithm places them in gold. What does that mean? So that means that the algorithm doesn't care. It doesn't care about your skill level, your real skill level. What it cares about is to make the climb
They're setting up on the point.
as slow as possible, you know. So it's like a grind, basically, the grind.
On Ash on the top.
And that, yeah, that summarizes the matchmaking system. So basically,
I can't see a big bastion from here. There might be, but they've got a mercy as well.
so yeah, there is an element of luck, of course, here, because basically, you know, people, Smurfs, top 500 players, or even GMs, they buy new accounts. Mercy low.
Mercy's down.
So
I will get my revenge.
so yeah, the algorithm, yeah, as I said, some top 500 or GM players, they buy new accounts. So yeah, and obviously the algorithm doesn't know these players. You know, when someone buys a new account and some, they don't know these new players, so they will place them basically in some sort of determined standard range. You know, gold, silver, depending on you know, the kind of performance. And the point is, as I said, to make the climb as long as possible. So what happens is that the matchmaking, when the matchmaking isn't familiar with a player, or by the way, it's not just new accounts, by the way. Something that has the same effect as new accounts is
Mine's down.
boosting. People who give their accounts to top 500 players or GMs, you know, someone who's a silver account, for example, they give their account to GM. They give their account to top 500 player or a GM, so that, you know, that top player boosts their account. They play on their account and they raise the account to GM or whatever level, depending on the amount of money you're paying. So yeah, people who have that, you have the money for this kind of thing. This obviously also messes up with the matchmaking system, because the matchmaking system thinks that this player is, I don't know, gold, silver, even bronze, whatever the rating is, when in reality the person who's holding stagger.
Don't look too far, remember the payload.
Yeah, please don't C9 this.
Thanks, go forward.
Nice.
Well played, guys. Thank you.
Well played.
Taken by Baptiste and Doom.
Once again, as you can see, average skills, 29 kills, bronze, 29 kills. Let me not. Oh wow! Look at this. So yeah, let me not queue right away, just to focus on what I was talking about. So yeah, that's basically to summarize the matchmaking system in Overwatch. Its main goal, the algorithm's main goal, is to produce grind, to make the climb of 99.9% of the players as slow as possible, grindy, you know, because playtime equals money from Blizzard's perspective. So yeah, that's the main goal, and this is enough. This by itself is enough, because what does this tell you? This tells you that the algorithm does not care about your skill level. The algorithm cares about making your climb as slow as possible. So what does this mean? This means that the algorithm cannot be an accurate um, what's the word here? An accurate representation of your skill level. It cannot be that way, except after you have given Blizzard the time that it requires from your account, if that makes sense. So, with the exception of top, because you know I hear in my head now, I hear some people saying, well, what about those top 500 players doing unranked to GM in one sitting? You know, they can climb so fast, you know. And as I said a while ago, the algorithm isn't designed to compensate for that. It's not. I mean, you can only do so much with, you know, mathematical equations and programming and code and algorithms. It's not designed to compensate for such an astronomical gap between the top 500 player who's playing at these low elos and the rest of the players. It just can't. It can't do this and at the same time juggle, juggle the most optimized placement of 99.9% of the community, if that makes sense. So obviously Blizzard is not going to be coding, you know, to juggle top 500s and Smurfs and also 99.9% of the community. No, obviously it's going to care about 99.9% of the community, and it's not going to be optimizing its code to fight against Smurfs or what have you. And there's only so much that the algorithm or the matchmaking system can do before it starts to become ridiculously obvious. What I mean is, the algorithm can try to resist the climbing of a top 500 or the carrying of a top 500 only so much. How, or what am I talking about? Well, or just to give you an example, how does the algorithm or how does the matchmaking system ensure a slow grind, a slow climb? Well, it does this by juggling your teammates and your opponents in the most optimized way possible. So basically, it checks the performance of certain accounts, especially the most recent performance. If a person like me, keeps requeuing into matches, so it checks my performance in the last, 2 to 3 matches, and based on this performance, the algorithm tries to predict my performance in the next match. Kind of get an average feel for it. So it does this to each and every account, and then it basically, when someone is climbing too fast, for what Blizzard wants from 99.9% of the accounts, it starts to kind of, I don't want to use a bad word, because as I said, I also don't want to really, get on the wrong side of Blizzard or anything, in case, I don't know. I mean, of course, there's just maybe 3 people or something. I don't know how many viewers on the stream right now, but if I get more popular one day, I don't want to be on the wrong side of Blizzard. I mean, I'm playing their games, so I do like some of their games and stuff, and I loved World of Warcraft back in the day, but I honestly, in order to be completely transparent and to express my own thoughts as honestly as possible, I don't have a word for it other than sabotage. That's just the first word that comes to mind. What am I talking about? I'm basically saying that if someone is climbing too fast for the intended speed of climbing for their account, the matchmaking system basically tries to sabotage a few matches for them as subtly as possible, as invisibly as possible. Okay, so basically the sabotage isn't too obvious in this case. It would be just kind of as subtle. They have to be subtle about it, otherwise, what I'm talking to you now is gonna be common knowledge. It's not gonna be conspiracy theory, unquote, because there are some top players out there who would defend the matchmaking system vehemently, passionately defend it and say it's accurate, usually most of the time it's accurate, and so on and so forth. So they would refuse this what I'm talking about, and they would say that what I'm talking about, unfounded theories and conspiracy theories, and just it's not true. The matchmaking system doesn't sabotage, and I appreciate it. I respect the pros or the top level players' opinions about this. But I still have the right to have my own opinion, and my own opinion. And where does this come from? It comes from when I played 2 years ago. I was like taking the game seriously and stuff, and I was taking it seriously enough to actually start putting together a spreadsheet. I literally started to track my matches with as much data as possible. Basically, I would collect like data, like so I would pause or take a screenshot, and I would take a data about my kill. I would, as a damage dealer, my kills per second, and a lot of these numbers basically. Sometimes I would also put some of the formation, like the comp. I would put what comp we used, what the enemy comp used, and I also registered subjective sort of judgments or thoughts about each match. So in the notes column, like I would have this spreadsheet, and in the notes column, I would kind of describe the match, kind of describe the experience. And in some matches, and I even had also winnable or unwinnable. I also had in one column, was dedicated to winnable or not. So winnable is basically when the matchmaking feels fair, that you had a chance of winning. And when I say no, like Y or N, so is it winnable or winnable, question mark. Yeah, Y, which is yes, it is winnable, and no, it's basically just unwinnable. What does unwinnable mean? It means that no matter how much I tried to put into this game, I couldn't win, because it's just unwinnable, because the other team was just far more coordinated and skilled and on point with their heroes and stuff like that than my team, and then also me, of course. So yeah, some matches was just unwinnable like that, and I started to look at the patterns, try to see how it works. What the matchmaking system does is that, for example, if you're climbing too fast, if you get like a long win streak, let's say you get 5 wins in a row, even 7, whatever. The matchmaking system isn't gonna do it stupidly so that it's obvious. So basically, you win 7 matches in a row. Okay, this guy's climbing too fast. Let's give him 7 losses in a row. I mean, that's naive. That obviously nobody's gonna code an algorithm or a matchmaking system to do something so obvious and naive. So that's not how it works. The way it works is, for example, you win 7 matches in a row, then the matchmaking system is going to give you almost guaranteed unwinnable matches, maybe 2 or 3 losses. Let's say 3 losses. You won 7 in a row, so it gives you 3 losses in a row. All right, and then it gives you a fair match, kind of gives you 3 unwinnable matches followed by 1 fair match, and then they leave you to your own sort of fate, or luck or whatever. They'll see, the matchmaking system will see if you win this one or you lose it. Because if it's a fair match, it's a close win or a close call, obviously, there's always a chance that you can win or lose. So they will see, the algorithm will see what happens. If you lose that match, then they will give you a winnable match, because now you've lost 4 matches in a row. So they give you a winnable match, kind of, matchmaking in your favor to break that loss streak. If you won the match, all right, so now that's 1 win. So they give you that win, and then they give you maybe 1 or 2 losses. All right, so now we have, if they give you 1 loss, that's 5 losses, to compensate for the 7, and then we still have one win. So that means 8. So now we're missing 3 losses. All right, if you keep track of what I'm trying to say here. And then you win, I don't know, 1 match or something, and so on and so forth. So the algorithm is basically, or the matchmaking system is counting each win and each loss, and it's trying to bring your win-loss ratio as close as possible to 50%, and beyond, so anywhere from 49 to 51%. That's the range. And the matchmaking algorithm doesn't really care where you fall into this range, from anywhere from 49, as I said, to 51%, as long as you are as close as possible to 50%. Of course, the higher the scale of the players, the higher the percentage, the win rate. So skilled players with a lot of game sense and what have you, they're gonna keep moving closer and closer to 60% win rate. Sometimes when they are really insanely skilled, 70% win rate. And of course, if it's just a one sitting climb with a bit of luck and a bit of excitement from the people in the match, if it's a celebrity, a pro gamer or something playing the game, then his teammates get excited when they hear his voice. They recognize, oh my God, that's so and so, the famous guy. So they start listening to him, listening to the shot calls, giving him boosting, nano boosting him, healing him, kind of pocketing him, and so on. So a bit of that plus a bit of luck, and you get these 100% win rate unranked to GM streams out there. But other than that, for the vast majority of the player base, that's the whole point of it, is to bring your win-loss ratio as close as possible to 50%. It takes some time, especially for someone like me. I quit the game for 2 years, so the matchmaking system doesn't really know what I'm about. I also obviously haven't caught up with the community. The general community is playing much better now. Like I see some bronze gameplay here that I remember seeing only in gold a few years ago. Like a couple of years ago or so, bronze played much worse than this. This is like really good gameplay in my opinion. Compared to years ago, of course, not compared to today. I know that the standards today are like higher, so that's why. So yeah, the matchmaking system obviously doesn't know me, and also I am objectively much lower skilled than the average player because of rust. I got so rusty and stuff like that. So it takes some time. So it will take some time for the matchmaking system to bring me to 50%, whether I am losing more or I'm winning more, like regardless of the ratio here, it will just simply take some time for, let's see, like the matches. So I've got like, that's 14 hours ago. So today one win, 3 wins. So 1 win, 1 tie, and 2 wins. So I'm kind of on a sort of a win streak here, not exactly, but sort of. So we'll see like how it works, how the matchmaking deals with this soon enough. But it's taking some time. The matchmaking is just basically taking its time because I'm still new to it. It doesn't really know me, so it will take it some time to balance itself out and move me toward the 51%. So if I'm doing well, fairly okay, it will just move me to the 51% win rate. Just barely climbing. That's the main objective there. And if I'm like really not doing that well for whatever reason, it would actually literally try to move me to the 49% win rate. So I'm basically going down, but it's so slow. And then after it brings me down for a while, then it brings me up. It brings me, so it moves me to the 51%, keeps me dancing. And this is why you hear a lot of players literally stuck in the bronze level. This is like, the lowest level, bronze level. And there are players who have been stuck in bronze for years, 2 years and 3 years. I've read posts like that on Reddit and stuff. What's the point here? What's going on here? Well, the algorithm is just because that player isn't changing. They're not improving their game sense. They are not making less mistakes. It's the same. They are like literally the same. So they're literally kind of like a feather in the wind. They are the feather, and their account is the feather, and the wind is the matchmaking system or the algorithm. So basically that's it. A person who's like staying the same, they're kind of getting worse, but the algorithm instead of basically bringing them too low, and thus losing them perhaps as a player because they get so frustrated, it just keeps them stuck at their level. So sometimes what I'm trying to say here is that sometimes players perform worse than their rank, but the matchmaking system keeps them up. Kind of gives them winnable matches to just keep them just barely at their own rank. Not pushing them down too much and not going up too much. Someone might, ask here, what about, what about people who go on a loss streak and they lose like 3 or 4 ranks, going down from diamond all the way to gold or even silver, why would that happen? And isn't the matchmaking system worried that those people will quit? I honestly, I don't have like an explanation for such phenomena, especially such a huge drop. But all I can say is that we are all humans, and we change. We just change so much sometimes. Like even our own gameplay performance changes drastically from day to day and from month to month. So I don't know. It could be that the player changed somehow. They're playing in a different way. They went through an emotional issue in their life, so it affected their performance, and they're not even aware of it. And thus, the matchmaking system is starting to feel that they're actually a weak link. They're consistently a weak link in their teams at their current tier and the current rank. So it starts to bring them down to a lower rank where they are not really a weak link. They're not such a weak link. Exactly. And the matchmaking gives them a little hope. Exactly. So, kind of basically, the idea is to make it a grind and to make it as subtle and invisible as possible. That's just, the summary of this whole thing. So how can you beat this? Well, there are really 2 ways. The first way is to have the skills and the game sense of a top 500 player, and to just climb from unranked to GM in one day or in 1 week or something like that. To have just insane level of skills, and that obviously takes time. The other way is to simply, like what I'm doing here, is to simply not keep playing mindlessly, all right, and just bite the bullet and take the grind, basically. That is the easier, the kind of, I'd say that's the easier way. It takes more time, obviously, but it is easier. It's easier than focusing on practicing so much and becoming like insanely skilled in your aiming and stuff like that. At the top 500 level. But the trick to climb, all right, it's not just about biting the bullet and just taking the grind. No, it's about taking the grind, but at the same time working on improving. How? By practicing in custom matches and in free for all matches. And by watching your replays. Forget about the wins, really. You want to watch the losses. Unless you have unlimited time. If you have unlimited time, then you can watch all your matches. It's your own time. You can use it however you wish. But my recommendation is to skip the wins and watch the losses and see what you can learn from the losses and stuff. This is one of the best ways of learning game sense, especially if you watch with an analytic mind, an eye. Don't play mindlessly and don't watch mindlessly, because I can, just open this loss, for example, and I never pause. I just push, and that's it. I can keep watching as if I'm watching a movie or a stream or a video or something like that. I can just, do this and keep watching. Wouldn't change the speed or anything. I wouldn't pause. I wouldn't like try to change my angle. All this stuff. So I wouldn't do all these things. I can just keep playing as if I'm watching some sort of movie. But that's not the way of improving or getting game sense. The way is to basically watch analytically and critically, to criticize your own gameplay and to focus mostly on your own gameplay. The reason in my own replays, the reason I sometimes talk about the mistakes of my teammates and stuff is to basically in case there are there's someone watching my my stream who's a main tank or a main healer or something, they can pay attention to these issues. That's the only reason. But if I'm doing this purely for myself, I literally just give 10% of the time to assess my teammates' performance, and 90% of the time when I'm doing this for myself silently off stream, 90% of my time while watching a match is just watching myself critically, watching my positioning, my pacing, my timing, and so on. These things, I watch these things critically, and then I think How can I improve this? Can my position here be improved? Can I approach this? Can I approach my objective here from a better angle? I ask myself these questions all the time, and I try to answer them. And that's how you basically try to develop, better game sense. You also consciously, before playing, you try to, just like I'm saying, don't watch your replays mindlessly. Well, don't play mindlessly. Don't play competitive matches mindlessly either. Try to stop yourself every now and then and think. Take a look at the kill feed here. See who killed who, and assess the situation. Know when to push and when to pull back, and all. So that's basically the secret. The secret is to combine. Well, the main secret is to not play mindlessly and to not do anything mindlessly. Don't practice mindlessly. Don't watch your replays mindlessly, and don't play mindlessly. That's the first secret. And the second secret is to not just play competitive. It's to combine. It's to divide your time smartly between warming up and to never start playing right away. You gotta warm up. One of the best ways of warming up is to play free for all, in the opinion of most of the top players and professional coaches. But for lower level and lower skilled players, my opinion is that you can play in custom matches against bots under a little pressure, just to kind of ease yourself into the free-for-all training environment or practice environment, because it can be frustrating for low-skilled players to get into a free-for-all match and just never really do anything at all. They just get killed over and over again. Of course, they're learning something, but it can be a bit frustrating and daunting. So I think it's better to get the basics first against bots, and then, bit by bit, step by step, jump into free-for-all. So yeah, divide your time between warming up and practicing in custom matches against bots and or free-for-all matches against humans or human opponents, to play competitive, play as little quick play as possible, just minimal, and not after you play, but before the playing session, watch the replays. So after I play, yesterday in my stream, I played one replay and I kept talking about it just because I wanted to make that first stream a representation of most of the elements of the journey. Like how do you climb? I wanted to put as many elements as possible into the first stream in case, nobody watches the rest of the series and they just watch the first one. But ideally, what you want to do is after you finish playing, you just stop. You close Overwatch and go do something else, whatever it is. And then the next day, you open your replays, the list of the replays, and then you watch as many losses as your time as you have time for, while still giving yourself more time to watch. So you're supposed to be playing competitive a bit more. In the beginning, I would recommend sort of a 1-to-2 ratio. So basically, for every 1 hour of analyzing replays, you play 2 hours of competitive at the beginning, and then as time moves on, you can reduce the time you watch, you analyze and study replays a little bit, and increase your competitive time more and more. But in the beginning, game sense in a game like Overwatch is much more important than mechanical skill, so it is really worth it to put a lot of time into analyzing your replays and basically watching them critically and analytically. That's basically it. That's literally the secret, I guess, in short. Do not play mindlessly, or to put it in a more positive way, play mindfully. Be mindful of your decisions. Stop and think sometimes before you take action during the gameplay, and also do the same when watching replays. Also when practicing, so you don't learn bad habits, so you don't put in your subconscious any bad habits. You should also be mindful while practicing to avoid bad habits. And then the rest is to not just play competitive. Practice, warm up, practice, play competitive, and watch. Not just watch, and mindfully watch your analytically, critically, and mindfully watch your replays. That's literally it. Yeah, it's the same. I read your comment about Rainbow Six. Yeah, one match you're playing a fair match, and 10 minutes later you're getting destroyed by players who play the game for years. Yeah, it's very, very similar. It's very similar to Overwatch. And that's because, as I said, the algorithm's main goal is not to put you in your correct skill level. The ultimate goal is to make you grind, is to make your account grind its way up the ladder. And the algorithm is happy is happy to put you in your correct skill level only after you have given Blizzard what it's due. After you've given Blizzard enough hours of your life, then the algorithm is happy to put you in your correct skill level, and only then. Once again, with the exception of top 500 players or people who have an astronomical skill gap between them and the rest of the players. The algorithm cannot handle such gaps in the skill level. It just can't. Otherwise, it's just balloon all over the place. The code is just gonna be messed up. So yeah. That is definitely a good thing. Yeah, playing with a pre-made group. It's called like a pre-made group. But the issue here is that this is not gonna be exactly a guaranteed ticket to climbing, unfortunately, because 6 stacks. It's called like like for if you're playing in a team of 6, like you are just one group of 6 people. It's gonna be called a 6 stack, and 6 stacks. When you play as 6 stacks in Overwatch, you will bump into a lot of 6 stacks that include at least 2 Smurfs. So what happens is that sometimes it's just friends, but more often than not, it is paid. Basically, you get like 4 players, 4 friends who play the game and they want to climb. What they do is they between them 4, they collect a pool of money, some sort of budget, and then they go and hire 2 Smurfs, like two top 500 players who offer this kind of service, boosting service, and they pay these 2 Smurfs to boost them, play with them and help them climb the ladder. So yeah, this is a well-known issue in the game, and you will bump into a lot of that. Sometimes it's 2 Smurfs and 4 friends. Probably 3 Smurfs and 3 friends might be, I think, more common, because then you have like 1 Smurf from every role or something like that, to cover every gap possible, tanking, healing, and or support, and damage dealing. So yeah, that's the problem. That's unfortunately the problem with 6 stacking. One thing related to what you're talking about is actually playing duo. This I've heard it through the years over and over again. A lot of people swear by that, and I'm inclined to believe them. A lot of people, including top players and coaches, swear by playing duo. So basically, you pick your main hero, and you find someone who mains a perfectly synergistic hero with your own hero. Examples today include Zarya and Genji, Zarya and Hanzo. Anna and Reinhardt, Anna the healer and Reinhardt the tank, and so on. There are certain duos like that. To a less well-known extent, Sigma and McCree, Mercy and McCree, Mercy and Ashe, and so on. So yeah, there are certain duos that work very well together, whether because their ultimates are just so perfectly synergistic, or because their heroes are just perfectly synergistic. Like for example, Ashe and Mercy. You know, Ashe boosts Mercy's damage. Mercy boosts Ashe's damage, so Ashe can like one headshot lots of heroes, and heals her when needed, and so on. So yeah, there are these synergies, and I've heard a lot of people swear by that. You know, basically playing duo with someone who plays the perfect hero for your hero to synergize with. But more than duo, it's not recommended because of the issue that I mentioned, because of boosting and smurfing in the, when it comes to pre-made groups. Yeah. One friend, exactly. If you have one trusted friend that that you can just play together, and you never tilt. Like you basically trust each other. You never tilt on each other. You like you forgive each other for any mistakes. It doesn't matter to you at all. Yeah, that's just beautiful. That's the most beautiful way to play Overwatch, to be honest. And as I said, I'm also inclined to believe in duo, in playing duo. You know, playing with just one friend, only one friend who perfectly synergizes with you. I am a believer, not like a super strong believer in that, but I'm like inclined to believe in it. And I do know that, as I said, I do know that quite a few top players and professional coaches also swear by it and recommend it a lot to their clients. But when you're doing this with a friend, you gotta be ready to you gotta be ready for the lost streaks. Like if you get into a lost streak, you really have to understand that it has nothing to do with what you're doing. You know, that it's just part of the matchmaking system. And you know, we'll see here, as I said, we'll see how it goes on the rest of the matches. I do admit that I kind of cheesed a few matches. Bastion, double shield, um, also Reaper. Kind of. I mean, Reaper isn't exactly cheesing. It's just kind of taking the easy way out, you know. And while he may not be super effective at the higher ranks, I don't know, maybe he would be. But anyway, this wouldn't be a problem all the way to diamond. You know, not an issue at all. Maybe even higher. Ah, free coaching. Let's check it out. Ah, private. That's kind of worrying. I mean, if you're offering free coaching, then you know part of your. I mean, when you write a message like this, all right. I mean, what do you expect people will do? They will probably whisper you to ask. I mean, when they see this, they're gonna probably whisper you to ask, you know, what your credentials are. I mean, or at least what your SR is and stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, having your profile, because the best way to inspire confidence after you put this advertisement is to make your profile public and allow people to see your SR and kind of what you did, for how long have you been playing, and so on. This might be a Smurf account, I don't know, or an alt account or something. Most probably an alt account. Oh, I'm interested. I mean, I gotta. He's saying it's free, so you know what? In order to encourage others, if they see something like this, take it, because you want to invest in yourself. You wanna improve. Let's see what this guy's about. Why not? if he's like if he has a good you know, head on his shoulders and stuff, I wouldn't mind. Okay, he accepted. Let's see if he's opening. He's not open. Oh, he is opening it. He has it open to his friends. Okay, it's good. Let's see. Okay, 216 hours. Not bad. Of course, you know, top 500 players, they got like thousands of hours on one. And what about the SR situation? Well, that I don't know. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions or anything because as I said, this could be an alt account. I don't even know what that is. Okay. All right. Support, he went up to platinum, season 21. And tanking went up to platinum, season 23. Once again, season 23, 25, oh, 24, 25. As tank, he's in platinum. And then now in gold. So yeah, once again, yeah, probably, yeah, isn't it? Not a main account. But why? You know, what's of interest to me here is why it's been dancing from silver to platinum for so long, since season 1, you know. But as I said, I am willing to keep an open mind, and you know, again, I'm kind of doing this as a way of showing you, like, maybe, or suggesting one way you can go about this is to keep an open mind. You know, don't look at someone's SR, someone who's offering free coaching on an account, whatever the account is, and then you look at the SR, you find the SR low, and then you say, oh, you know, I can never learn anything from this dude. I mean, it's kind of probable, because that account was there from season 1, and it hasn't been, you know, lifted above low platinum. So there is a good chance here that there is not much that you can learn. But as I said, I'm keeping an open mind. I just found your ad interesting, at least for someone who wants to improve and felt like worth it to at least have a basic conversation about what we can work on. Why do you want to coach? So yeah, I just found your ad interesting, at least for someone who wants to improve, and and felt it's worth it to at least have a basic conversation about what we can work on. Your he's probably this guy might be quite young. He's using your as in something, you know, possessive, something that you own, instead of you are or you apostrophe re. That I don't like that. Yeah, and starting sentences without capital, without, like, you know, uppercase, in a conversation like this. I mean, if you're chatting on Twitch, of course, you know, it doesn't matter, it's fine. But in a conversation like this, you know, I kind of don't like it. 'Cause you wanna sort of like give a professional, you know, a professional, what's the word? Image. You want to project a professional image. So as just this is also good advice, I guess, for anyone who's like high level, especially young people, like late teenage years, very early 20s. If you're like top 500 or you're a grandmaster and you're thinking of coaching someone or learning how to coach by starting to do it for free, you definitely, right from the start, you got to be more professional about this. So write more professionally, you know, capitalize your sentences. At least he's, you know, putting a comma and stuff. But yeah, definitely start using your and you are, you know, correctly. It's just not very, doesn't, you know, look very professional. I like it. So yeah, he says, so I asked him, why do you want to coach a 3-200 minus for free? And he says, I like it. Don't say to coach. It says, I'll coach a 300 rank for below down to bronze for free. I coach a 320. Yeah. So he's also having trouble understanding 300 and 200 dash, which is minus, which is basically the opposite of 300 and 200 plus, because 300 to 200 plus, and it's not 300. So I didn't say 300 and, you know, stopped, and I didn't put plus. I said 300 to 100, 3,200 minus. So yeah, 300. So which means 300 to 100, 3,200 or less. Answer. I'm getting old, but I got thousands of online FPS hours under my belt. You're playing. Okay. But I'm enjoying getting to know new people and help them. Usually it's just a quick change of mindset. That's all that's needed. Yeah, true. I'm you calculate better game sense and receiving advice on my gameplay that I can't figure out for myself. So basically, yeah, I'm surprised. Getting old. This guy's probably late 20s. I don't know, maybe 30s. And then he says getting old. I think you only say you're getting old when you're like when you start being in your 50s. Okay, so yeah, just to I don't know, for all these teenagers out there who talk, you know, who might be thinking that way. Yeah, you you get old, quote unquote, when you're like in your 50s. But all the way from your 20s all the way to 40s, you're still kind of young. So yeah. um, Competitive, nice. That's the best way to learn. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I focus on competitive. Competitive. And then I said, so yeah. So he said, I see you almost exclusively play competitive. Nice, that's the best way to learn. Once again, missing an apostrophe between that and S. That's. Anyway, yeah, so I said to him, yeah, true. He said about sometimes the mindset. So regarding the mindset, I said, yeah, true. I'm fairly acceptable when it comes to mindset and psychology and kind of know about a few practice tricks to improve mechanical skills like aiming and such. So what I would be mainly interested in is developing better game sense and receiving advice on my gameplay that I can't figure out for myself. Um, Damn, dude, again, you're so, he says, damn, dude, again, you're so articulate. I'm seriously loving this. Thank you. Thank you. It's kind of you to say. I don't know. I mean, as obviously, I'm still hiding. I probably should. I should probably tell him that I'm streaming. This might not be. Yeah, I should. I should probably. But if I'm streaming him, if I tell him, he's probably gonna ask, about the stream, and then he goes and watches what I was saying about the writing. Yeah, it's just embarrassing. I'm not gonna do it, man. I'm not gonna do it. No, 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 no. I'm just not gonna do it. Hey, hey, teach me. Hey, teach me, please. So, yeah. Okay, so I don't know. I don't. I don't want to like waste too much time. Uh, what hero? I'm definitely a main damage dealer, but um, but I would like flex maybe all the way. I2 and go flat I wanna be like, I don't wanna sound too overconfident, because you're talking to someone who's willing to teach you something, so you don't want to say when I make it to diamond and you're so confident. I guess that's after you develop a relationship with a coach, you can kind of show him that you believe in yourself. A lot of professional coaches like that, to see that you believe in yourself, because they know that this will help a lot in your progress, and they don't want to work with someone who's not going to benefit from what they're doing, because that kind of puts them down too, and it's not very confidence inspiring. So, but at the beginning, you don't want to sound too cocky when you're introducing yourself to to someone who might be teaching you something. So you want to sound humble. Once you've developed a relationship with a coach, they're willing to teach you, or you're paid what they charge per hour and stuff like that. Then you can show them a bit confidence and belief in yourself and all that. Okay, I'll say it this way. I'll say I'm torn. So he says, so basically he asks, what hero are you looking to improve on for now? So I say, I'm definitely a main damage dealer, but I'd like to flex, maybe all the way to diamond or high plat if I make it that far. So he says, okay, but is there a specific hero you want us to start on? I continue on my previous thought. I say, I'm still not totally settled on my single main hero, so I think it would help So I think that it would help me to pick if I experience as many heroes as possible firsthand, even if that will delay mastery in all of them. I'm gonna answer this. I'm torn between, I'm currently torn between Mei as a strong counter to many tanks and heroes and other heroes. And McCree as my favorite hero. And that's the honest thing I have in my mind right now. So he says, well, you definitely don't need to master all of them. It's nice to have 2 to 3 to pick from, so you can switch to counter other heroes or to stop being countered yourself. That's good. That's good. I like that. It's very good advice. Yeah. Yeah, McCree is an overall great hero. He might not be like English might not be his first language, and that's why he's like copying a lot of maybe Twitch chat and stuff like that. So like missing Anne overall great hero. He works in many different teams. So yeah, also missing an E here. What do you say we do McCree first? Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, this developed fast into seeing my overall skills. Yeah. I haven't played in the last 10 matches. Well, let's do some. Maybe before I do some practice, I can queue. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How do I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's not even 10. That's weird. Interesting. Oh man, I didn't warm up. Hello there.
How are you?
Not too bad. How about everybody?
I am great as well.
All right, let's try to perform well. I'll be honest, I'm not confident in my McCree gameplay to play him effectively even at the bronze level. but I'll try. I'll try. Yeah, that's not great. Nice one, Widow. Thank you. My plan to go high ground failed miserably. Thank you, Widow. Yeah. Bad McCree gameplay. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. Regroup. Regroup, guys.
Much obliged.
Regroup, guys. Don't push, don't push. We're missing our Ryan. Don't push.
Back in the saddle again.
Heroes never die.
Don't like shooting a lady. Good for you.
Like shooting a lady. Well, for you, I'll make an exception. Well played, guys. Thank you. That was awesome. And I don't know. I guess can have a full McCree match.
Justice ain't gonna dispense itself.
Jesse McCree, outlaw, reward, $60 million. The reward was reserved for Islam.
Hey, come on.
That's a good exchange.
Not yet.
Need a doctor. I feel like a new man. Rest in peace.
Incoming, incoming. Stairs, 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 stairs.
Everyone can see him.
Behind.
Need healing. Thank you, kind.
No, no, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well played. Oh my god. Well played, Sigma.
It'll take more than that.
Man, I hate being denied the McCree's ultimates. They're so cool.
Heroes never die.
Oh my god. I thought I can break the. Did I break it? I don't know if I broke the.
Back into the mix.
I thought I can break the. I literally just ultimated just to break the. Symmetra, the Symmetra shield. Well played, guys. Thank you. Who is Widow? Toxic Widow. Toxic. Yeah, so that's it. Even as McCree, I got. I think I got match made with a Smurf or something. But let's share it and see what he says. Let's see. Let's see. I like McCree highlights.
Hold up. I'm on fire.
I like it. Gonna save it. McCree. I don't know how many McCrees I got. Pff, zillions probably. 90. Yeah, that wasn't awful, I guess. I tried to use high ground when it was possible. And yeah, that ultimate in the end, which was wasted, or I think it was wasted. I literally just pulled it off to break the symmetric shield. I thought, you know what? I'm not gonna keep waiting. I'm not gonna stay up here with that shield blocking my view. I can't really do much damage that way, even if I'm on high ground, and just leave it. I'm gonna try to remove it and help my team that way. So just basically an ultimate for an ultimate. And I don't know if it worked, but I vaguely remember watching someone who said that it does work. Like if you wait long enough, you can actually break the asymmetric shield that way. I guess I don't know. I gotta confirm this. Yeah, it's not like super wow or anything. Bastion. Pff. So yeah, I basically I said to the gentleman offering free coaching, who is about gold, went to early platinum or low platinum, is here's the code for a match I just played with McCree. And he said, he's very nice. He's really nice. He said, thank you very much. I'll get to it in about 1 hour. I got 2 more people asking for help as well. So I said back, totally take your time and thank you. And I'm doing this even though I said, even though it's kind of obvious that it's it's an alt account. I'm still wondering, and I don't want to make the conversation awkward at this point. Like if the relationship, I don't know, develops, if I feel like he actually knows what he's talking about, and the relationship develops, I might feel like, okay, I'm gonna ask him, why is this alt account kind of stuck in gold for so long, and see what he says to that. And to be fair, he is kind of clear. He's saying, maximum is 3,200. So he's not saying that you can be high masters or even GM, and I can still coach you. So he's still kind of giving the range that he can coach. So he's a bit realistic. He's saying the range that he can coach is, you know, all the way from bronze to early masters. So yeah, and he's offering it for free. So there's absolutely no. He's trying to help. You know, at the very least, even if that person, like even if you're at a higher level, personally, and you think, you know, that person can't really help you, you should definitely still basically give him the benefit of the doubt and be very nice to him, because if he can't help you, at least he is trying to help others, and he's doing it for free. You know, what does anyone have to lose? You know, you don't have anything to lose to try to see what he has to offer. If he can't add to you, then, you know, no harm, no foul, as the saying goes. But he would probably be able to add a lot to bronze players and silver players who have a negative mentality, because it was kind of obvious, like in the beginning when he said that usually it's just a mindset. Yeah, it's gone now, but he said, like, usually you can achieve a lot by just changing the mindset, kind of, you know, not word for word, but that's the message that he's saying. And guess what? This is this is what my stream is all about, basically, that you can actually advance and climb by just changing your mindset. Sometimes nothing else can, you know, has to change, and that is very true. That's a good one, you know, coming from high ground, sneaky. But yeah, it's not like worth keeping or anything. All right, so let's keep using whatever priority passes I collected. I mean, I know damage dealing is popular. So while I still have the tickets, might as well use them. Yeah, man, May is gonna take a lot of practice, to get her icicle right. I mean, it's just insane. It's insane. This, in my opinion, my humble opinion, the skill ceiling of the icicle is just insane. It's really high. It's not, because it's harder. It's harder than Hanzo. Like, when you really think about it, May's icicle is harder than Hanzo's playstyle and arrow, because Hanzo, and even not maybe even Widow, but you know, Widow is Widow. If you're trying to get headshots, yeah, Widow is harder. Widow is a bit harder if you're trying to get headshots, but yeah, if you're trying to just get any body shots on May, it's harder. In my opinion, it's harder than Hanzo's playstyle. In my opinion, you're trying to be fairly accurate just with body shots, you know, on May's icicle. Pretty high skill ceiling. And once again, I keep repeating this. I am not trying to practice being in a realistic environment. I'm trying to divide the skills, my mechanical skills, my needed mechanical skills on May, for example, into nugget-sized bits. You know, little small parts. And the part that I'm working on now is just accuracy with the icicle. If I can get headshots with it, with the icicle, great. If not, then you know, at least body shots, you know, because becoming accurate enough to get body shots with Icicle is pretty big. It's a pretty big deal on Mei. It's a pretty big deal. You become so flexible and versatile on this amazing counter to many heroes in the game by doing that. Because without you know, acceptable accuracy on the Icicle, you're quite gimped as Mei. Like, you're forced to play too close to danger and enemies. Even if you have your eyes blocked and what have you, still it's better to be strategic and selective about the way you use your kind of, you know, in your face freezing. Yeah, it really takes a special kind of safety or safety in numbers. Yes, it is safety, because, you know, either safety in the sort of hero that you're playing against, you know, they can't really one-shot you and stuff, or safety in numbers, you know, you're outnumbering or you're being pocketed or something like that. What is this Ana bot doing? And I took quite a while to actually say, okay, she's too close to keep practicing the Icicle, because I'm focusing on practicing the Icicle, isn't it? And then I should have basically said, okay, but I gotta use these little incidents when the bots like get too close to practice a little bit of the versatile playing style of Mei, where that was so bad. Because I'm also trying to practice basically not needing to completely freeze an enemy. So, like, you know, a little bit of slowing down should be enough for you to get like yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Just a little bit of slowing down, and then you can get like a couple of headshots or something like that. That would be pretty rad, you know, to be able to pull up on Mei. Just curious, why have you been show offline for 1 year? Because I used to play with a lot of people at different ranks, and quit for a long time, then return. So there are lots of conversations to have with quite a few people, but not enough time for that. Wow. Luck. Yeah, he asked, just curious, why have you been showing offline for 1 year? And I say, haha, because I used to play with a lot of people at different ranks and quit for a long time, then returned. So there are lots of conversations to have with quite a few people, but not enough time for that. Yeah. Defend. Okay. Go Arissa. We can cheese. Why not? And we got also Bap. So, you know, he can lamp if the Bastion is about to die. Long live cheese. But yo, seriously, I don't recommend playing cheese too much, because it kind of breeds. Okay, this is the perfect expression for it. It literally breeds the opposite of what I'm preaching. which is basically playing to win. You know, to making your main goal winning. I think maybe a bit backward would be better to defend, guys, because then we don't get flanked. We're gonna get flanked from here. See? Here, left. Hello, everyone, by the way.
Let's get you back out there.
Yeah, yeah, I played badly, guys. Completely on me. I am just doing weird stuff here. Yeah, it's better to die, so not stagger. Die quickly if you will, so we don't stagger. We gotta regroup. Yeah, even if he didn't have Fire Strike, by the way, I made a mistake here, which is not moving away. I should have like reconfigured the. I should have reconfigured Bastion and moved. No, 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 no. Ouch. Ah. Okay, that's not what. This is not working. What's gonna work, guys? What's gonna work? Reaper? No, they got a Pharah. Maybe I can help a little bit. Is wow. What is that about? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This seems to be a match that's just unwinnable, you know, because of the matchmaking. I mean, there's only so much you can do. And of course, you can't jump into the point as yeah, a lot of aggression, a lot of aggression, and from the enemy team, I mean, and. Attack Reaper. We can try. So yeah, there was a lot of aggression from the enemy team. They're not really afraid of our tanks. They're not afraid of us, and it kind of showed from the remember the shield, the Orisa shield, like she put the shield literally under the archway, whereas I tried to point out that they can actually flank from the left side, if you defend there, so you're supposed to go back. Hold on. Okay.
There's 4 turrets just to the right as you come through the... Mercy's down.
Oh man, I'm such a Pharah noob.
Raptora systems online.
Oh, and I'm not using my I'm like super. I almost want to apologize for playing Pharah on stream at least. But yeah. Thank you,
Well,
guys.
just right. Thank you.
Like again.
Thank you. Uh, so yeah, be positive and good teammates. I think. Did Nightwolf say something? Good game. Oh yeah. Absolutely, Nightwolf. Sportsmanship. Yep. That's what I like to see. I sometimes forget to endorse, but yeah, when someone does something like kind of obvious, I do try. Did you return? Practice and add. Yeah, Farah is one of those heroes that has a sort of a medium skill floor. I mean, it's not like super high, the skill floor,
Protect the innocent.
but it's not low either. It's not like easy, but has also a very high skill ceiling. If you wanna master her, thinking maybe she does come in handy with certain teams that are helpless against her. So it's worth it to sneaky Farah, sneaky. What a fail in sneaky Farah. And that is a bad spot, definitely. Should probably sneaky Farah from here. So you from here and then fail miserably. And then fail miserably in getting any kills with your ultimate. But you know, at least you tried. You know, you get a pat on your back for trying. Let's see what Beast is saying. Why do you feel you need help then? Maybe you just need to get back to practice or was this just a why not it's free moment? No, it wasn't a moment like that. It was like showing that I'm serious about improving, at least to myself. Everyone can use coaching no matter the level. Compatibility. So yeah, basically saying I said that he asked about the break, how long it lasted, and I said the break was about 2+ years, I think, and I returned maybe a week ago. And then he said, I see. Why do you feel you need help then? Maybe you just need to get back into practice plus, or was this a why not it's free moment? So I responded by saying, no, it wasn't a moment like that. It was more like showing that I'm serious about improving, at least to myself, and that everyone can use coaching, no matter the level, given that there is compatibility, of course. So yeah, that's. I'm just kind of reading in case someone is finding it difficult to read because of the size of the text or something. So I'm reading the conversation out loud. Um, to and I think it's. Because I think it's worth it to kind of show how you can go about some of these conversations. Of course, I'm not remotely suggesting that you copy anything word for word. The idea is that you kind of get an idea about the feel, the general feel of conversations like that, like when you have a conversation like this with someone who might be coaching you. Of course, like if you're paying someone, then the conversation will be significantly different, because most people won't mind what your level is. At least professional coaches, they usually can cover anything from bronze to top 500 really. No, I meant no, not us specifically. So yeah, he asks, I don't understand compatibility between you and me. So I said, no, not us specifically. I meant generally speaking, the principle of it between any coach and coachee. What is this? Defend. Oh, that's the choke point thing. Let's see. Okay, we got Orisa. We can try to cheese it. Let's see. Well, that's Symmetra. That's proper cheese. Proper cheese. Teleport. Teleport back.
There's nothing I haven't seen before. Stick together. We will complete our mission.
Guys, don't. I would recommend not overextending, getting over aggressive. We lost one tank. We got a Reaper upright. Flank. Almost dead. Nice. I'm behind you, Ryan. Sorry. I meant Bastion was behind you.
Victory will soon be ours.
Solid cheese defense, guys. Thank you. Solid, solid cheese defense. Oh my god. That sounds kind of funny. I know it's kind of weird laughing at my own jokes, but I mean, obviously it took me some time. I didn't laugh right away. It just took me some time to laugh at it. Do we have, oh, we don't have a mercy. But yeah. Well played, guys. Thank you. Poor team. So that was, just to be. Oh, check it out. Cheese Bastion gets play of the game. Yeah, I am a good Bastion, by the way. I'm a good Bastion. Who said that? Mr. Nancy? Mr. Nancy. All right, Mr. Nancy gets what? Wait, gets what? Gets good teammate. uh, so yeah, what was I saying? Yeah. I remember now. So I was saying, this other team, poor team, they just kind of got bum rushed, steamrolled, and that's an issue with the matchmaking. In all due frankness, I don't even know like what's going on. Like I was just talking about how. So yeah, there is one loss here. So win-win, tie, win-win-win. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 wins against one loss today. So far, at least. And one tie. I tend to not count the ties, but ties are amazing. I mean, when you get them, you definitely wanna kind of maybe record them or something. I don't know. Ties are just amazing, really. For learning, to learn, because they are these rare matches that are so close that it's actually a tie. So yeah, you can kind of find certain nuances that you wouldn't be able to find in any wins or losses in ties. So definitely keep an eye open for them in your replays and watch them carefully. All right. Yeah, so the matchmaking was definitely like this. I'm not just gonna say, oh, I win, good, I'll take it, I'll pocket it, put it in my pocket, nice, and move on. No, you gotta acknowledge, that you learned very very little, from that match. I might have, played a bit, well with the Bastion, kind of acceptable positioning and so on and so forth, but still, there is little that I learned from such a game. So it's not like a super great, game. Games that you win that easily, where your team steamrolls the other team. And obviously the obvious is the same, really. It's the same. When your team gets steamrolled, it's obviously the same. You don't really learn much from such matches. Maybe you learn more. I think you learn a little bit more. Yeah, you learn a little bit more than wins. You know why? Because you definitely have to go and watch them. It's just a loss like any loss, but you got steamrolled in that loss. But when you watch these losses where you get steamrolled, you want to pay close attention to the enemy's composition, the team comp, and your team's composition. You wanna also pay close attention to the reasons that your team got steamrolled. Like basically the key players. Who are is there a Smurf? Is there an obvious Smurf in the winning team, or something like that? So find a reason like this, the key players, and then ask yourself: did you just keep playing mindlessly, or did you try to think? Did you try, like in the spawn room? Did you stop and try to think? Can I find a solution for this Smurf? At least for the specific hero that this Smurf is playing. For example, if the Smurf is playing a Widow, maybe you wouldn't have been able to beat him with a wrecking ball, Hammond, but you could have at least slowed him down. You could have at least made his life a little bit harder, rather than just standing there sniping with his Widow. Everything is fine. There's no pressure at all. Kind of annoy him a little. Even if you just annoy him a little bit, that could have given your team a bit more time to regroup, to find solutions themselves, to kind of not get tilted, not feel so helpless. Every little helps. So from even those, as I said, those losses that you get steamrolled in, you will find very good lessons. They are not that many, to be frank. That's what I meant a while ago. You don't learn that much because there isn't any positioning, there isn't a lot of positioning issues and stuff like that, at least, one hopes though. So the issue is usually something other than that, other than positioning and what have you. The issue is usually about deep composition and key players like Smurfs and so on. And you definitely wanna watch these key players and these key reasons for getting steamrolled very carefully, because it will help you think outside the box or think faster in the future about solutions and suggesting these solutions to your teammates. So every loss, has valuable lessons, but in my experience, losses that are, that were basically easy wins for the opposite team, they usually have less, but they still have some good lessons. And the main lessons there are usually dealing with Smurfs and how can you try to deal with Smurfs? How can you empower and support and enable your team to deal with the Smurf? That's usually the most common lesson, at least in teams like that. And then some of the matches where you get steamrolled, I think, but in lower tiers, these are few. This is why I didn't mention them. I didn't really emphasize them very much. But you might find a few of those matches where the key reason that the win was easy for the other team is basically that they were playing, like in a strangely coordinated way. Like they were really supporting each other, playing as a team, playing well. So you may not, like, if you don't find one specific key player, a Smurf or something like that, then it's usually this. It's usually watch the whole team. Watch what they're doing. See if they're peeling. Peeling is basically sort of a slang Overwatch term for assisting. When you peel your teammate, you're peeling the danger of them, or you're supporting them or assisting them in getting rid of an opponent. So yeah, watch out for these. See, like, if they peel a lot, if they're playing, like, if the healers are really, really good. They may not be Smurfs, but they're just like really on spot healers. Healers that just are doing their job so well. They may not have perfect positioning, they may not have great game sense or ultimate tracking or anything like that, but when it comes to their healing, they're just pumping, they're pumping their teammates full every moment with HP. And when there is no one to pump with HP, for example, a Mercy, she quickly switches to damage boosting. That doesn't mean that this Mercy is a Smurf, obviously. It's just that she's doing her job, fairly well. So you will find that she doesn't do any crazy flying or any crazy jumps or anything like that as a Mercy, but she's using cover as much as possible, and her eyes are on all her teammates, and she does her best to heal everybody that needs healing. And when nobody needs healing, she damage boosts someone who seems to be. Usually you will find that low tier Mercies that are doing their job very well, but they still don't have enough game sense. They basically damage boost random people. You usually would find them jumping from one teammate to another to damage boost with no specific plan, and that's because they don't have the game sense to keep an eye on the kill feed, or see who's getting their ultimates fast in her teammates and stuff like that, to kind of suss out who's doing the most damage to the enemy. Higher level Mercies would do that, would keep an eye on the kill feed and try to find out, when they're playing with strangers, try to find out who's doing the most damage and kind of enable them even more. Your replay is gone. That's that can't be true. King's Row. Oh, Hollywood. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah. Yeah, it is there. New badge. Wait, what? For real? No. That's not good. Import. Okay, 601 G97. What can I do? Can I somehow keep it? That's not good. Okay, what can I do here? Maybe I can start recording. You know what? That's what I'll do.
Welcome. Ready for battle. Let's show them what we can do. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
But this view doesn't show aiming mechanical skills, so I think I should probably switch to this view. Yeah, probably. Yeah, apparently there is some sort of patch, so I think, guys, I should probably yeah, stop the stream here. I've been streaming for 5 hours anyway, so I'll stop the stream here, and I'll record this match from two different perspectives, I guess. This perspective and a bird's eye view, just so I can have it, you know, as something for review later on about my McCree gameplay, because I don't know how many wins, because I usually do better when my team is doing fairly okay too. So yeah, I don't want to, you know, share such a lousy game. Of course, losses are usually better in showing mistakes and stuff, as I already said, or they're better in learning, getting lessons. But at the same time, I want to get a balance, you know, some sort of balance here. So balance between losses and wins. And quite frankly, I don't get that many wins in the low level, in the like low ranks. I don't get that many wins with McCree. So yeah, I really want to keep this this win, and yeah, use it as reference for some of my better, you know, performances, because I was doing fairly okay. I think I wasn't doing so bad. So yeah, I'll record it and upload it to YouTube from two different perspectives, I guess, to yeah, so that it can be used a bit for analysis and stuff like that. That's, I think, all I gotta say for today. But generally, the direction of the stream is just generally like, you know, all the things I'm talking about. That's what, you know, it'll take. It's about, you know, not focusing too much on the skills, on the mechanical skills, just warming them up, practicing them sometimes, and focusing more on a positive mindset. You know, so taking the matches. When you're playing competitive, you're playing for fun. That's number one, and then comes learning, improving, and practice, kind of all packaged into one collective reason. And finally, to have positive communication with people. So that's one of your aims. One of your aims is to have positive communication with your teammates, to encourage them when they're losing, to be positive and take a loss like a good sportsman, or with good sportsmanship, that sort of thing. So these are your aims, and I definitely, anyone, you don't have to watch my stream or anything like that to for proof. Just try it for yourself. Change your mindset. Stop blaming your teammates, even if they are bad. I already showed a lot in these 2 streams that they are. Yes, I had teammates that made mistakes, but I also made mistakes. Like, I made mistakes on my heroes too, and that's the most important part. That's what I need to focus on. And as I said, if I keep avoiding more and more mistakes, I will, instead of being a weak link, I'll be a strong link. I may not be carrying, so do differentiate. I'm not talking about carrying, but you're gonna be a strong link. You're gonna be someone that people can depend on, and you will basically making less and less mistakes means that people who copy you are less and less likely to make mistakes themselves. People who stick around with you, people who stand behind cover, and so on. Like, seriously, if you are McCree or Ash or even Soldier or something, and you are positioned well, you're using cover, that sort of thing. You're using high wall when as Ash or as Soldier, and using cover. Just being there enables and supports your Mercy. If you have a Mercy, for example, who can jump up all the way to you, also supports and enables any healer for that matter. Sometimes what's his name? Baptiste needs to jump down, for his area of effect healing, but he easily jumps up. He can easily jump up with his, rocket boots or whatever they're called. So you basically you make your healers, when you are a damage dealer standing in the correct location, you make your healers feel that location is safe. Strength in numbers, isn't it? Because they feel like an Anna's gonna say, you know what, I can stand with McCree behind cover, or I can be near him, so that if a Doom Fist comes and tries to jump me, he can stun the Doom Fist, he can help me out, so she will tend to be with you. So even if she's an Anna with not great game sense, just this subconscious feeling of strength in numbers will make people gravitate, will make, like, the back line. If you have a Hanzo, for example, who doesn't need to do a lot of jumping around or flanking, they could also be standing around with you, strength in numbers. So you, by basically making less and less mistakes, you are being a reason for your team to do more right things and to avoid more mistakes, because you're being kind of a role model in a way, without saying anything. You don't even have to say anything. All you got to do is just have good positioning, and you get good positioning by watching your replays, as I said. So you watch your replays critically and analytically, and you focus on your own mistakes. You focus on your own positions. You ask yourself questions like, can I position somewhere better than here next time? Is this position really good? Ask yourself these questions and keep looking at the map with the bird's eye view, from the top, and try to answer these questions. Try to answer these questions for yourself, because when you answer them for yourself, the answer sticks in your memory much, much deeper than if a professional coach, for example, teaches you these things. Yes, I'm a complete or a big proponent of using coaching when you can afford it, with good coaches. And this is also why I showed right here on stream, I showed myself approaching this guy who's offering free coaching. So absolutely, if you can afford professional coaching, that's one of the fastest ways you can advance. But if you can't afford it, or you don't feel like you're serious enough about the game to actually invest that kind of money in it, but at the same time you would like to climb, then that's the second best thing. The second best thing is watching your replays analytically and critically, and focusing on your own mistakes and your own room for improvement, the things that you can do better. And so that's one way of developing game sense and improving your own positioning in every map. The more replays you watch analytically and critically, the more you will improve your positioning when you play afterwards. Especially when you do this right before playing, because you learn these lessons and then you quickly apply them in your gameplay. So yeah, and by having correct positioning as a damage dealer, for example, as I said, you just silently, you don't have to do anything, you don't have to preach anything, just by existing in the game in the correct in the correct positions, or in optimal positions, you are encouraging any other damage dealer or healer or support hero that needs to be at the same distance to use the same location as you, strengthen numbers to be with you. So you are enabling your team to make less mistakes by you making less mistakes, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's just one of the ways I can really sell that point of you improving your chances of winning by having a positive mindset and focusing on yourself and what you're doing, not so you can carry, like a lot of professional coaches and top players will tell you, because they are up there in that level of carrying, and they think that others, because they did it, that others can do it too. But yeah, people tend to forget, people, including professional players, they tend to forget the thousands of hours it took them to reach that level. And they some of them also tend to forget that not everyone has that kind of time or dedication and what have you. So yeah, they keep encouraging you to improve, almost with some of them, not all of them, of course. They keep encouraging you to improve with a sort of a mentality that you wanna be able to carry games by yourself one day. And while that might work for like super talented players or players who do have 5 hours a day to play and practice and what have you, it doesn't work for everybody. So and that's what I mean here, that for the rest of us, normal people who might not have that kind of dedication on time, just improving your game sense by watching your replays that way, as I said, analytically and critically, and focusing yourself and thinking and having the positive mindset, that positive mindset that basically I'm gonna focus on myself, not so I can carry, but so I can be the strong link in my matches, so I can make less mistakes and thus kind of enable my teammates to also make less mistakes, because there is a chance that at least one teammate is going to copy me. Maybe one healer is going to copy me as I'm playing McCree or Ashe or something. And if they copy me and stand with me, then they will be, and I'm doing it right, then obviously they will be protected from flankers and too many deaths and stuff like that. And that in turn, that will help your team, your whole team, survive longer, win more fights, and thus ultimately win more, you will win more matches. So yeah, and I explained a bit about the psychology of things, being positive, encouraging your teammates, thanking your teammates after a loss, for a good try when it is a good try. If it's not, if you didn't feel that it was a good try, you can just say thank you, guys. For nothing, or not for anything specific. Just thank you for trying. Thank you for literally thank you for trying. Thank you for playing. Thank you for not throwing. You can literally say that. Thank you for at least trying, guys, and not throwing or leaving. Yeah, and it's true. They deserve to be thanked. I mean, for trying, for doing their best, even if their best is not good enough, it doesn't matter. People still deserve to be thanked for doing their own best, their own individual best at any given time. So yeah, doing this, as I said, also enables your higher win rate. Kind of boosts your chances of winning and climbing ultimately. With time, of course, not in one sitting like top 500 players do. With a bit of time, a bit of patience, you can make it. That's all I got for today, guys. Thank you so much for those who stuck around with me until the end. I really appreciate your support and your views on my humble streams. I appreciate it, and I hope to see you tomorrow for another stream. Until then, stay safe, rational, intelligent, and yes, remember that intelligence is a choice, and question almost everything. Thank you.